Yeah. The first YouTube video to get a copyright strike in the first 2 seconds.
Yay!
It's so far away.
Oh dear.
Fucking hell.
Oh, I'm up here. Yeah, so.
I just want people to guess which synth that was.
What could it possibly be?
What could it possibly be? Yeah.
Oh, dear.
I'm going Gaia.
I have no fucking idea.
As I said, it was the Repro 5 again.
You see?
It just... Why the fuck can that sound surprisingly close? I mean, yes, in direct comparison, not at all, but still, that's the wrong one. If just a low enough resonance setting. It can just about be mistaken. When I mean, taking the cotton out of the ears does make it harder.
How's the good lady, Kent?
Better now today, thank you.
Was she not well?
Yeah, she got the squats.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
That's always fun.
Yeah, little spray gun ass. for a little while. Poor little thing. Excuse me. Oh, that's the that thing. It's that one. Okay. There was something. Oh, come on! Where are you, young man? I think it's down here. Down here. So keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Now that is guitar 1 and 2. But what is it? Any ideas?
What? Hydrosynth Deluxe?
Nope. Nope. Software?
Is it actually Arturia?
Nope.
No. Omnisphere?
Yeah. Omnisphere. Yeah. So you can't get much better than that, to be honest, because it's a fucking sample of a 680. So you're not going anywhere tonight with that one. What's this? It's an error. I'm loading that. Okay. It's funny, that sounds exactly the same. I don't know what that's from. Oh, really? Okay. didn't know it played the whole thing.
But that wasn't an 80 anyway originally.
No.
Because, yeah, that was before.
Yeah, but this isn't actually what you would call a CS80 library. This is a Vangelis library. Yeah. So they're a bit get a bit carried away with it.
I really like Albedo for is it like being everything that Vangelis had done on synths up until the CS80 being like sort of all his synth knowledge in that album, so to speak.
No,
and a lot of stuff. A lot of that stuff that sounds like CS80s, but then it's just multiple layers of Pro Soloist and Korg and SX3.
What the hell? Supposed to be a Korg PS.
What, he used one?
Not that I was aware of.
I mean, you've never seen one of the studio pictures. I mean, you've seen the 2500 in the studio pictures, but that wasn't ever used either.
Yeah, that's true enough. Well, that's a nice responsive one. Yeah, I don't think he ever used a sound that didn't have a little bit of modulation in it at one point or another. Because that's the kind of guy he was.
Where's all the dogs? They hiding?
They're downstairs with her.
Because you've got nothing to give them.
Yeah, she's got some cheesy biscuits that she's eating, so they're all going, well, love you, Mum. Really do love, honest, really do love you. Until those biscuits run out.
Then we'll go and see what he's got.
And then we'll go and find out what's going on upstairs. And if he's got nothing, we'll be back. Don't worry. Except Husky, he's going, oh, I'm not walking up the stairs.
Sod that, I'll just clog up the Uber.
Yeah, I'll just sit here and wait. Something's bound to come round again.
I was talking to the missus, I was saying, but I've got to come up and see you at some point. I'm going to come up and see you at some point. Talking about what you said about the panel.
Yeah.
And she said, right, find out what cake he likes and find out what Fiona drinks, because you're not going up fucking empty-handed. So I'm under orders to find out.
Yeah. Well, is she coming with you again?
I don't know if she'll be coming because of the kids. Luke might come up. But yeah, I don't know when it'll be, but I'll get up at some point.
Yeah.
Come and see you, mate. It's been too long.
Been a while, hasn't it?
3 years in February.
Got to be, yeah. Because you were on your way back through from somewhere, weren't you?
Yeah, my auntie's funeral.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, up in fucking Maidstone.
Yeah, always something going on, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lovely.
So what jobs you got left to do this year? Because you said you only had like 6 left to finish off before the Christmas.
9. It's 9.
9.
Yeah. There are some more coming in December, but they've been controlled. There's little ones, little jobs. Nothing too. Although I did have a woman call us up asking if I could restring her banjolele. I went, what's a banjolele looks like? She went, looks like a banjo. I went, so why don't they call it a fucking banjo then?
It's a mixture of a banjo and a ukulele.
Yeah. But you look at it and you go, well, that looks like a banjo. Yes, but it's a banjolele.
Mini banjo.
Yeah. I went, oh, okay. You live and you learn.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's true, ACL. It's the hair. It makes me look like Rick Beato's dad. There's no two ways about it. And
Loneliness.
Greek musician.
It's only in SQ80. It's never going to sound that amazing.
Yeah, but it doesn't sound bad.
Yeah. Well, actually, the way I got this to sound closer was to just use 2 layers with just 1 oscillator rather than 2 oscillators with the same filter.
Mm. I mean, I wonder if we could. Never thought of layering this up with V4. Put V4 on. Put a bit of pitch bend on it. Yeah. You can basically get away with some 8 stuff without having to pay £75,000 for one. Be nice to find the guy selling the CS80 for 75 grand and just go, "Oi, stop! Just stop, all right?
Go and hit him.
You twat! Stop it!"
Excuse me,
Where's that then?
I think there's one knocking about in Sweden or something, going for about 73, 75. No. Mind you, there's a lot of people on Facebook today saying, "Oh, loving the Cherry Audio one, and I wouldn't want a real one because of all the, and the one I had, the repair bills and everything like that." And I almost put, "Well, why didn't you get it fucking done properly in the first place?" But I didn't.
all those people that had them.
Yeah, all those people. Yeah.
That are in the comments.
Yeah. Or they say they had one. Oh yeah, I had a CS80. No, you didn't.
I've only played one once, and that was not quite working, and it sounded a bzzz.
Yeah.
It sounded a bit farty. So my real CS8 experience is just a bit mediocre.
Look, see? Half gold, half biscuit has gone.
Oh.
What do you think of the Cherry Audio one?
Uh,
Don't ask me. I will get back to you on that one.
Tomorrow, live on air.
God, yeah.
What's not tomorrow? No, Friday.
No, it's Friday.
No,
isn't
it's
it?
Friday.
Two-
Gives me an extra 24 hours to think up something.
Let's think of an excuse why you can't be there.
Yeah, I'm ill. Oh, hurt me. Oh, I do an Andrew Lundquist. Foot. Oh, hurt me foot.
No, just kept the same that Fiona had. Just means you can't do the show from the bathroom.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Yeah.
I hear everything you say.
Yeah.
No, you haven't heard the pre-show.
I'm practicing.
Hang on a minute, I'm getting double. There we go. How are we?
All right.
We are perpendicular in every respect.
You haven't taken that jumper off all day.
I haven't taken this jumper off all fucking week, mate. I love this jumper. I've decided to get fucking buried in it.
It's his Starsky jumper, isn't it?
It's warm. I'll tell you that, mate. It is warm.
Snuggly.
It is Will Snags. Very snug.
Rigby House, Dad.
Yeah.
I'm not prepared. Everything's all over the place. There we go. It's better.
Wrong colour as well.
Yeah,
Your
Alexa,
blue
lights
light's
blue.
going.
There we go. Sorted. I like my crisps sorted.
Oh, my head needs shaving.
I've had my head shaved by a jumbo jet. Right. There we go.
Nice.
That is pleasant.
The MIDI card pack. Skip ad.
Having a lot of fun with this, by the way. Just stretch it over. It's very good.
Well, I was
How is
enjoying
it
what you were doing
for-
on it earlier. It was quite good.
How is it for not drum samples and doing like just other lo-fi sampling?
Pretty good. Because I was saying to Ken earlier, the aliasing and it's really nice because it's just like you don't multi-sample, you just take one sample, stretch the fucker. How it's supposed to be done. Rain.
It's that or it's a TR-909 with output problems. Because it doesn't sound far off the TR-909 I got downstairs. You turn it up and you go, what's going on?
That's just very Japanese, isn't it? I haven't really got into. I tried to start making some stuff. I just ran out of time messing around. But,
Can you actually play anything on it?
Oh yeah, I mean basically you've got 4 tracks in a pattern, so you've
Right.
got a whole bunch of sounds available. You've got loops. It comes with a stack of preset samples
Oh, okay.
and instrument samples and drum samples and stuff. But you know the real joy is recording your own stuff and creating something nice and crunchy, which I think is the. Oops, that's not the one I want. See, I'm still getting used to it. Pattern 3, 4. No, let's do pattern 4.
That's what I like about the EPS. It's lo-fi, but not so low. Not
Yeah.
too low.
So you can. So you've got the.
Did someone get a new toy?
Might have done.
Oh,
That's it. Andy's going to go
Yo,
now.
yo, yo.
I don't know how you got yours first. I think I bought mine as one of the earliest guys. That's the way it goes.
It's who you knows, not the way it goes.
Apparently, that's what it is. Yeah.
Rob doing DX impressions in the corner there. Answer that, will you?
Hey, speaking of FM, Robbie, did you see the MPC FM add-on? That's pretty decent.
I've heard about it. I've not. Obviously, I haven't got an NPC, so.
I just heard some demos of it. It sounded pretty good, actually.
Didn't they just drop the price on all their
They
plugins?
did, yeah. It's $200 for the set.
Still too expensive.
Well, yeah, but it's imagine if you went, oh yeah, I'll get it for $500, and then they drop the price
Yeah, there's that.
because the MPC keys, I don't think came with it. You still had to buy it.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
is
you have
total
to buy
bullshit.
those extra ones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just,
Oh, MPC keys, but that actually exists. I've completely forgot about that.
oh, it's
You know
crap.
that 8 terabyte drive I got?
Oh, yeah.
yesterday? Had to order another one last night.
Oh my word. Well, because you filled it.
Yeah, of course, there's the other drive to go on it as well. So that arrived, so I've now got the second 8 TB. And then I started looking at his 8DO library.
Jeez.
70% off.
You have a problem. You have a problem.
I have a problem. I have a problem.
You have a problem.
Look behind you.
Yes, that's a person with too many DXs.
There's some great ATO stuff
Sorry,
on the
Too
Prophet
many
X.
DXs.
Yeah.
I mean, until you have a DX9, of course you're not a real fan.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, when I first switched on, I thought, "Oh look, Robert's got a DX," but because I saw the cartridge slot and the green buttons, but then I looked closer, and you
Oh,
disappointed
it's a
me.
lovely VFD display. And you can even see it not liking the refresh rate of my camera. It's great.
It looks like 3/4 of my audience love Gaz more.
The timing
has a
is
nicer
perfect.
beard.
Yes. Yeah.
No, I must admit, I had forgotten he was on tonight, but
Did you start first or he started first?
I don't know.
Who's on first?
This one did start first.
Did it?
Yeah.
Well,
Does it matter?
well, with these shows, it's sort of like, you know, they go on so long.
Shows.
I'll come back later still. But yeah, sorry, shows.
It's going to be on for hours, so you can always come back.
Yeah, I forgot my little fingers. Yeah. He's a one-man studio over there, isn't he?
So what do you think of the screen, Robbie? Is it pretty small?
On what?
The new toy you just got.
Oh, what? This?
Yeah.
Well, it's a live
wait.
screen. It's 4
Oh,
LEDs.
Oh, it's alive, and I thought you had the other one.
I know that's arriving. Yeah, that's arriving tomorrow.
Okay. So you got the NPC looking one.
Well, it is because when they first sent the stuff over to me a few weeks ago, the first thing I said to them before I even heard it, I said, "Are you going for an Akai vibe there?"
Yeah.
Because let me just turn that down so I don't play eardrums. Because it is. Get a reflection. So it's that kind of hospital beige with that red, and then the grey on the back. It's just Akai.
So what samples compared to the other one they had that was purple, the Beats and Keys or whatever?
Bass and Beats.
Bass and Beats, yeah.
Yeah, Bass and Beats was wavetables.
Right, okay.
I need to see if they can send me one of those ones because that looks quite interesting.
Well, I still need to address the elephant in the room.
There's an elephant in the room. Matt, he's just called you an elephant, mate. You're going to sit
No,
there and take that.
I've been
No,
called
sorry,
worse.
I just realised I had me flies open.
Go on then.
I'm all here all week trying to fish. Polyphonic Aftertouch. GX80. Reinstalled. Still
And?
not fucking working.
Uh-oh.
But that's
Yeah. I even...
Update? Need an update later?
it's nothing to do. It's not. Kent and I were on the phone video earlier.
The video phone.
The video phone.
Because we live in the 70s, you know.
Videogram.
Yes.
And the only polyphonic aftertouch controller or keyboard I have here is my Micro Freak, and that does poly aftertouch, and it works. It's absolutely fine. Whereas Mr. Spong over there has, we don't know what it is.
Is it Rolly or Hydrosynth you're using, Kent?
Hydra.
Tried both.
Nothing. Yeah, tried the Roland.
That,
and
you
Roland
tried
went,
Calvin Klein's.
What the fuck have you plugged me into? The
Steve
Calvin
Elba-
Klein.
Steve Elbow's got it working on the GX80.
Oh yeah, it's working on. I think the problem it lies somewhere between between the software and the chair, but
Yeah.
we're not sure. Where.
I was ready to point a finger at Cubase, except that the standalone doesn't work either.
Yeah, see that was
In exactly
that was
the
my
same
next
way.
thing.
Hey, Kent, do you have a Keith McMillan controller?
I do, and it doesn't work on that either.
Really?
You're
Wow.
correct.
That's 3 things.
That's three things.
To be annoying, I've had it working standalone on Windows
with Poly AT.
Poly aftertouch from the
Using
80.
a
SQ80. But
I've got one of those in the cupboard, he says.
Well, he has the.
He's just going to run down to the
He
storeroom.
has the new Sonic sampler.
well, yeah, he has. Well, he has the EPS, which
Exactly.
has
Well,
the
that's
same
got-
keyboard.
Has that got the Poly AT as
It
well?
does.
That has the same terrible keyboard. If you just want to listen, it's like it's silent compared to my other keyboard.
It's clickety clack.
No, Chris said it's not a Mac thing because I'm on the Mac and it's working absolutely fine, and he's on Windows. So that was the one of the things we were left with. Robert, were you using Windows or Mac?
Okay, no.
Windows.
Windows. Okay, so that's kind of ruled that out then. Look at that solid keyboard stand.
I was going to say that
Steady on there, mate.
Strong and
Seriously.
stable.
Oh God,
Yes.
Yes, please.
Dog's gonna come in and knock it over.
Chris said it's a Kent thing. Then
It's an Ensonic, but the dogs are not going to knock it over. It's too bloody heavy.
Kill the
Well,
dogs.
it has a fulcrum, so it could tip over. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just always amazed how important the heatsink is on that thing. It's like,
Come on, Kenny boy. Come on, let's do it. Come on, bring it home. Bring it home. Sorry, this is triggering me. I've got to change Kent's inverted commas to an apostrophe because that really was. There you go. Whoa! Something just made a noise.
no, I'm trying to
reverb.
work out why.
Kent's head exploding.
Is that the
Trying to
EPS
work
16 Plus, Kent?
yeah. So, hello, young lady. So, if you've got SQ80 doing it, then this girl should do it.
Yeah, just remember to set it to poly aftertouch as well.
I. Oh, for God's sake, come on.
Let's have some music while we wait.
I missed the joke about Kent's name. Is he doing what makes the song great or something?
No, it's the hair.
Ah. Stranger Things.
This might be the first roof box I'm actually interested in the live 12-bit.
8-bit Warps is really good. XFM sounds great, but it's a nightmare to use.
It really does sound like a MIDI call pack. Oh man, that's tight. Go
He's
fuck
got you. He's got you.
The MIDI pack.
the MIDI pack. Are you a talentless moron? But Korg MIDI pack.
Well, Nico is Italian, so there you go, Robbie.
Right. Okay. Now we need some form of MIDI communication.
I'd suggest Widdy, but then that would just make things
Drink.
worse.
Bitch. Complete bitch. I thought this had USB MIDI, but it had not. Why did I think it had USB MIDI?
What?
Yeah, I know. Why would I think that? Yeah, what's this?
When are we going to get Rick Beato on the show? I'd love to get Rick Beato, but he's not really a synthesizer man, really. I mean, I know he certainly
Not in the
plays keyboards very well,
yeah, like people, so you know.
but yeah. We'll see if he.
Plenty to talk about.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
You helping? Because I think we're looking at the wrong wire basket.
I like the fact that Kent can hear everything we're saying, but he is far away.
Yeah.
Doing a Father Ted, he is far away.
Children. Oh, I saved that.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Lucky.
Sorry?
You were lucky.
I was lucky. Okay. Bottoms up.
Yeah, Fiona says that all the time.
What, bottoms up?
No, you were lucky.
Did you see that picture I sent you yesterday?
What, on Messenger?
Yeah.
No.
It was this wonderfully... it was like my YouTube page, and your last video with Fiona's image was right underneath YouTube's greatest hits. And I just thought, boom, how appropriate.
How appropriate.
It's like the Dolly Parton joke. Dolly Parton's greatest hits. My daughter does like the bakery 3 times a day at this new job that she keeps bringing home little tasty chocolate, very unhealthy treats.
That's going to help you, isn't it?
Well, I had my heart scanned today.
Did you?
Ultrasound, yeah.
All good?
I've got one, yeah. It's working. It's making noises.
You're not the scarecrow?
No. No, it was Tin Man. Tin Man was the heart.
Was it? Oh, sorry, Tim.
Yeah, Scarecrow was the brain.
My
Oh,
child.
I see what you said. Yeah, I see what you did there.
Yeah, come on, let's get our fictional characters correct.
I know. My bad. Sorry.
I mean, come on.
No, I just got to wait for the consultant to compare it to last year's images to see if anything's gotten worse.
It's the
Which
same one.
hopefully it won't.
Need to compare the images to realise that it might be the same heart,
Yeah.
or the image of a different patient.
Or just want to see how the xenomorph's getting on.
It was quite interesting having a nurse squirt stuff all over my chest, then pass me a tissue and then say you can wipe
Right, where's
yourself
this
off.
going? Where's this going?
That was getting really interesting for a minute then.
Were you using the bowling grip?
I don't even know what that means and I'm laughing.
Really? You don't know what that means? Okay.
That's also called the shocker.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, no, I just got it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Pick my nose with them fingers.
The 3-finger salute, as Ken Lewis says.
Oh, dear me. Oh, fuck me. How long is this MIDI cable?
Can't you just unplug one from another one? Like?
I'm not using MIDI, typing MIDI anywhere else. I went completely USB. To no advantage whatsoever. I don't know why I fucking bothered doing it.
Dear, oh dear. Does sound nice. Yeah, I've been tracking my trek.
Oh yeah.
Where is it now?
It's in China the other day, wasn't it?
It went from Japan to Shanghai, and then Shanghai to Dubai, Dubai to Belgium, Belgium to France.
Well, that doesn't rhyme. Should have gone to the
No.
other sky.
The Sample Trek World Tour.
I was trying to what's the words for hit me with your rhythm stick? Oh, he mentions Siam and Japan. Oh, I can't remember that. Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Jesus, you're going back some there,
From
mate.
Japan to Yucatan.
That's it.
From Japan to Yucatan.
Hit me with your rhythm stick.
Well, there's been a lot of Ian Jury on Facebook today because of poor Wilco finally succumbing, but because obviously he played with the blockheads for a little while.
That should be our theme tune for this show. There have been some clever bastards.
Yeah, but none of them have been on here. Oh dear. No, I was really sad about Wilco. I was a big fan. Used to play a lot of Dr. Feelgood back in the day, and it was just like when you're a pub band, if you can play it, half a dozen Dr. Feelgood tracks, you were well in. Oh, that's nice. Come on, you barstool.
Keep hearing Kent going, where's my...
Here's a sign of the times. I'm a twat, right? Which you know. But we have a conservatory which we tend to use as a dining room, but it gets a bit cold, this time of year. So I have a little electric heater in there that's on an Amazon switch. So I can go, turn the conservatory heater on.
Yeah.
I also have it on a routine so that when my son gets up in the morning, he insists on eating his breakfast out there. The rest of us are in the front room watching the telly, but he insists on going out there. And it turned itself on, but it failed to turn itself off. And nobody else goes into that room until dinner time. My electric bill for today is currently about 12 quid for the day. This was after my electricity company, believe this if you will, sent me an email saying, it appears you're overpaying at the moment. We're going to drop your monthly charges down.
Fucking result.
To the tune of nearly £20 a month. So it's better in my pocket than somebody else's. So, because that advantage, certainly for the first month, has just been evaporated away. Oh, God, I needed that. Right. Where are you, you bastard? You slippery little fucker.
Oh, Hans has been shifted. We're really in the shit now.
Uh-oh. Right, your FedEx package. There we go. I have to say, 4 days from Japan to Suffolk. It's not bad, is it?
He's opened the door.
Uh-oh. Somebody tie his ankles to a keyboard. Tie his ankles to the CS80. Just in case he gets sucked in.
The vortex has been opened.
CS8, you turn that cupboard inside out, wouldn't it?
There's a lot of rustling going on. You got the Christmas decks in there, have you? Or is he taking his headphones off now? This is entertaining viewing, isn't it?
My first comment tonight was, I'm here for Kent's musings. How true that was.
Aha, here we go. Try to remember my French, but I can't, so I'll just say it in English. It has departed. Charles de Gaulle.
Not long now.
No, it'll soon be in the country. Yes, it's gone from, where did it go from? Tokyo to Narita to Senan, sorry, to then to Shanghai, then to Dubai, then to some place in Belgium. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that name. Then Charles de Gaulle.
You watch, it's going to turn up at 6:45 on Friday night, and Robbie's going to be raging for 2 fucking hours.
And do you know, I have to say, FedEx, touch wood, I'll talk this up now, won't I? But they're always pretty good. Certainly around here, anyway.
Well, I mean, but then again, you pay a lot for FedEx.
I didn't.
No, but
yeah, they're not cheap. And that's probably why.
they're not cheap. But that's not normally the stuff arrives. Or even when the day they claim that they want to deliver it.
What's the matter, Ken? He looks really fucked off.
I got this thing called an iMidi rig, and it's 5-pin DIN. 10-way piping in, goes to a USB after that.
So iConnect MIDI.
Yeah, just like that. And I'm buggered if I know. It looks exactly the same as a Mac Mini, but I don't know where the fuck it is.
Yeah, they had the Synth Gems 1 on sale at Perfect Circuit. Just got it.
Oh yeah.
Pretty good deal, yeah. Also got this thing too. Check this out. It's a Ricky Tinez signature hat.
Oh,
MIDI in, out, through.
Very good.
Yeah.
nice.
Now, can you actually plug a cable into that?
Well,
And
it's
can I
funny
borrow it?
it's funny they
Yeah,
label it a dad hat.
It's not
right?
working.
So
Manny wants to know when you're going to do a controller for the GX80.
I will if I can add all the relevant boards, like VCOs and filters and things. Where the hell? It doesn't have any other purpose. It can't be anywhere else. It must be somewhere.
Oh fuck, he's gone under the desk. We're really in trouble now.
Oh, look at that. He's, oh.
Jim's asking for a link. Kent's under the table.
Did Kent not pin? He didn't pin it at the top, did he? You twat. Look at that, so good I posted it twice.
There are no broken CS80s. I've repaired them all. Fucking feels like it anyway. I don't know where else that could be. That's very bizarre. Because it's such a weirdly unique thing to have in here, and it can't serve any purpose anywhere else. Yeah. Activate the Jimbo.
Oh, I didn't see him coming. I wasn't paying attention.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, ça va?
Evening.
Ça va bien, très bien, et vous?
Yeah. Je
Oui.
m'appelle
Pas mal.
me.
How is everyone?
Not bad. Not
Fucked
bad. You?
off.
What's up, Robbie?
Rob's fine. It's Kent that's got the arsehole.
Do you know what? I think I've got Robbie's impression. A bit Robbie down.
Yeah.
People think
I
it's
thought
him
that was
talking.
Robbie.
Yeah, like that. Apparently, it sounds like Robbie. Yeah.
It sounded just like Robbie.
Yeah, everybody seems to be like bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, essentially.
I don't know about that.
It's a facade.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bright-eyed and facaded.
So, my
It's
ongoing...
the ketamine that does it.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, incoming.
That's right. My ongoing silver-faced twin reverb restoration. So, yeah. So Robert there was suggesting we might have some DC leakage. What's interesting was I found this YouTube video of this guy with it wasn't the exact model, but it's an era of Fenders where they had like, you know, these crappy sort of paper sort of eyelet boards, absolute dog shit, and they basically get moist and all sorts of crud in them, and they start becoming conductive. And yeah, I've been like sort of measuring like anything between sort of 2 and like 6 volts DC on the board itself,
Wow.
just to a bare bit of board. It's like Jesus.
Yeah, that doesn't sound ideal.
No.
Ian!
The fix though is fairly straightforward. That's to sort of wash it with some isopropyl alcohol and dry it off,
Yeah.
and that seems to do the trick.
Oh, cool stuff.
Have you buggers got no homes to go to?
No.
I am at home.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There I
that's
was,
cool.
all ready to work on my set for next week's EMOM, and you buggers are here.
At the Fulford Arms.
I like how
At
it's
the
our fault.
Fulford Arms.
Yeah, nobody
Ah.
forced you.
Nobody
Exactly.
asked you to
Well,
be
that's
here.
true. Yeah.
I'm all
Say
a bit
again.
emommed out, to be honest.
You what? Do you what, Jim?
I think I'm a bit emommed out.
I bet you, mate.
I've kind of like, I don't know, yeah, done so many.
Hey, Jim, did you submit to the VMOM this week?
No,
Okay. I sent something in there, so that should be
I'm
fun.
still. Oh, cool. I'm still trying to catch up with other stuff I need to be doing, mix and remix stuff, and yeah, just my own tunes as well. Plus, yeah, I've got a couple of gigs coming up. And yeah, plus I've not even caught up with Andy Brooks's like ridiculous YouTube output recently.
I
He's
know.
been like
Yeah.
knocking them out, every day. And
I
yeah,
heard that about him.
I was waiting for the. So yeah. So. Cynthia, you don't unpatch your cables. I'm going to tell Emom on.
Well, I'm toying with the idea of just doing the EMOM with the organelle.
Oh,
Which I mean, I'm looking at doing something completely new. I always try and do anyway, rather than do something I've done before,
yeah.
and not use an instrument or anything else. But it's got to be decent. It's got to be good enough. So we'll see anyway. But I've got a week. It's a week tonight. I've got a week to do it.
Yeah. I mean, after seeing Tom Ward do that ridiculous set just using a Volca sample, it's just like, and it was immense. It was really good. It's just like got some talent, that kid. So, oh, speaking of people with talent, last Monday I went to a gig and it's someone from your way, Ian.
Oh, not my friend. I've forgotten the name.
Alice.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, Maishi.
Maishi, who's I've forgotten her real name.
Brilliant.
Yeah, her
Alice Rowan. Yeah.
Alice. Yeah, her sister is really, really also talented and part of a duo.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, really talented family. They're great, actually. I've been playing her stuff for quite a long time. I'm glad she's getting some recognition because she's doing stuff. She's great.
Yeah, no, she played at Dubrack round the corner. Last Monday, and it's just beautiful set. Oh, it's just absolutely.
It's spot on, and yeah.
And her album's really good.
Yeah, it is. It's great. Yeah.
So, yeah.
I'm trying to think of it. Sorry, go on.
Who
Rob.
else? Kimber as well. They're from up your way as well, aren't they?
Kimber.
You heard of them? They played on Friday night. They were really good as well.
Let me look
They're
them
like
up.
a two-piece with like sort of drums and a guy with sort of bass and two mini logs. It's like really cool.
Kimber band.
Oh, Rob, my missus found a picture today,
Oh,
and she said, "This is you, Dom and Ty, innit?" Cow.
that's hurtful.
I don't know Kimber. I'm just looking at their Twitter.
Did one
Don't
of those have a
recognise the
blue
guys.
rinse, Matt?
Blue rinse. Let's have a look.
Yeah, did you see the
No.
people behind the organelle have just launched
Yeah.
another Kickstarter for something else that looks like a mini organelle?
It does. It doesn't have a screen, and because I looked at the video this morning. I think this is part of the chip problem
Is it an organelle L?
because
It's a bloody hell.
It's in
when I was
organelle.
going to buy it, they were going to. The supplier I bought it from the UK said, "Oh, these are they're not discontinued. Oh no, they are discontinued. That was it. They're discontinued." So I contacted Critty and Guitari and Critty, well, whichever way around it is.
Yeah.
Critty Guitari, and said, is this discontinued? They went, oh no, it's not. We were just having a chip problem. So I suspect that that's where the problem is. That they can't get all the bits and pieces to make.
No, he's gone.
Oh, but
You're
somebody did that.
I'm
Somebody
using
did
the wrong
that to me.
fucking keyboard.
back. See, he's done it again.
I'm using the wrong keyboard. Sorry, Ian.
Don't worry, don't worry, Ken. That's
I'm
fine.
trying to type in a file name, and there's one particular key that's gone the fuck off Ian key because it's on the wrong keyboard. And too big a pudding.
Don't worry, matey.
I'll type it into here now.
Yeah. So what was I saying? Yeah,
Talking about
the
chip shortages and
chip shortages. So I think the problem is that they just can't make everything to do with the actual organelle. I don't know quite how this will work because I find that the screen really, really important, and to be able to do all the stuff you can do with an organelle without a screen. See, and there's no HDMI out on the new one either.
right.
But well, I mean, they, as a company, they've got to do what they've got to do to stay alive while the chip shortage is going on. So,
Indeed.
yeah.
What the fuck is it then? Oh, you bastard!
So Ian, the single box thing, Cuckoo did a all OPZ jam a while back, so it's easy to do if you have enough layers. So
Yeah, I saw him. I saw him do the one with just the OP1, which I have to say is something I've never dared really do. To actually just start from scratch and build the tracks up.
Yeah, he's done stuff on just Digitone as well, hasn't
yeah, all those things. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
if
mean,
the Critter and Guitari has multi-tracking, then you should be able to do that pretty easily.
it's got this thing which is a third-party thing called ORAC, which I've installed. I'm
Was that a
struggling to get
computer
my
in
head
Blake
around.
7?
Hey? ORAC.
That was
Yeah.
the computer in Blake
Is it?
7, wasn't it? Yeah.
There you go. then.
ORAC.
That's obviously where it came from.
Blake Seven's great.
I have to say I won't be using that because it takes a while to get your head. Actually, Lupop's video was the best thing I've seen, much more so than from Christian Guitari. Yeah, no, I will just be doing. I'll probably do something with the Lara 8 patch, which I've really got my head round, and one or two single sort of things rather than building layers up.
I'm just going to rock up with one of these. Just sit with that. Get bored of it after 30 seconds.
What's that?
Yeah, the reason I asked is because I'm looking at Critter and Guitari as well. They look pretty cool. So
I think it's great.
ever since I saw Simon the Magpie play it, I wanted to get one. So
Yeah, I've seen him use it as well.
Yeah.
You know.
Didn't it?
And I like you have to work at it, but I actually don't mind that so much, you know. And they do say that you don't have to be able to write your own patches. Well, you don't, because there's loads of stuff out there. I mean,
is there a pure data front end so you don't have to do all the code?
No, you have to do it on a computer.
But I mean, it's all text based. You can't use like a front end for it.
Oh no, pure data is visual.
It is okay. Right.
Yeah, it's just like think of it as it is poor man's Max MSP.
Because even though Max
It's not-
MSP is visual, it's still like a bear to get through all that
Yeah.
stuff. So.
You still need to know your onions to some extent with it. you
Yeah.
know. So there's a learning curve with that. Apparently, because I know Max MSP and I've never done anything in pure data, porting one thing to the other isn't that big a deal.
that's
Just
good.
the names are slightly different. And there's a site which will tell you exactly what the actual differences in terms of names are. So when I get around to doing that, but that's for another year. That's not going to happen this year.
I need to get back into some C++ and have a look at some plugins again.
It's a long time since I did C++, and I was okay with it, but I never really enjoyed it.
Oh no, it's C++. You wouldn't enjoy it.
Exactly.
It's all
It was
juicy,
better.
isn't it?
It was better than doing C,
Yeah.
and it was better than doing small talk because I did small talk as well.
C++ is fine. I mean, C99 is also fine. Because if you want to do it properly, you have to use C99 rather than C++. Well, that's when it just gets annoying that there are many things in C++ that aren't too compatible if you want to move to other devices.
It's years since I've done C++. At least 10.
Clearly, Rust is the way forward. That's what most programmers these days seem to like.
Use what? Rust?
Rust.
All right. See, that's new. That's a new one on me.
It's a new one on me.
And in fact, that new thing from Critique and Guitar will do Pure Data and Faust. I didn't even know there was a language called Faust.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Well, he made teddy bears, didn't he?
did he?
Oh, that's Stife. Sorry, no.
That's Stife.
No, Stife.
Oh, that's the ones with the.
It's
thing
Faust
in the ear.
backwards.
Yeah.
That's why Noah's nickname was Stifey Bear.
Stife.
So there's Rust Audio, which is a free and useful audio DSP music library written in Rust.
I mean, the Faust thing just looks like proper programming in the sense that it's not visual. I can't be doing with that.
Oh, I can.
I'm too old. I'm too old.
That's easy
I
enough.
always-
You
I
sassy me
know,
ways.
but
No, you just put a few questions on Stack Overflow for all the different
Yeah.
parts, and then you get the internet to write your code for you.
Just yeah. Well, yeah, what you do is you write some
Yeah, what Rob
incorrect
said.
code and get other people to correct it.
that's it. Yeah. Yeah.
But
I was always a
That- I
visual
mean-
programmer. I mean, I'm the guy that did Director and Lingo back in the day.
We could do
That
with
was my
Lingo.
jam. Yeah, I was doing a lot of
I
Lingo
loved,
stuff.
I loved Director and Lingo. It's fantastic.
After that, I only did some Python and a lot of PowerShell stuff. That's about it.
Yeah, I never did any of that. I didn't do those.
Did you do the parrot sketch?
How about Visual Basic? How terrible can life get?
oh yeah, Visual Basic.
Well,
Most of what I do is JavaScript or
talk
C
to it.
Sharp.
I've done JavaScript
Well,
a
I
bit,
mean,
but a long time ago.
doing
luckily,
lot
most
of
of Microsoft is moving away from Visual Basic towards C Sharp.
Yeah. C Sharp's nice.
Flash. I remember doing stuff in Flash.
Oh, I've done stuff in Flash.
Yeah.
Flash was great. It was just used for
was
things
great,
it wasn't.
actually. Yeah.
It was just used for things it wasn't supposed to be used, and then it was
Fact.
overused.
I've quite relatively recently taken loads of Flash stuff and rewritten it in JavaScript.
Getting really fucked up.
So
with this.
One obsolete thing into another thing that's
Yeah.
nearly obsolete.
JavaScript isn't obsolete, nor will it be anytime soon.
Too much of the internet relies on it.
Yeah. Like tons of it.
The nice thing about JavaScript is how easy it is then to make your own application with Electron.
Mhm.
Because like half the applications out there, if not more, are ultimately just a web page where the JavaScript is. So it's just a Chromium that's wrapped around it.
Mhm.
So you have a bit of CSS doing the front end, if you even can't be fucked to do it properly, and JavaScript doing all the back end.
Mother.
What?
Stop, Ken.
Stop talking to Rob like that.
EPS doesn't want to know at all.
What?
Mm.
What, the MIDI stuff on it?
Yeah.
Will it poly aftertouch to other things?
That's a good question. Let's have a look.
Check it with OBE.
No, it's just not communicating.
So it may be error between keyboard and chair then.
Don't you just turn it off and turn it back on again? Isn't that what we're meant to do?
Have you got the manual?
What the fuck? Can't do
I
RTFM.
think it came with a card in the box saying, "Well done on purchasing this." Bye.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, let's try that then.
Do you need some longer cables, Robert?
What?
Said you need some longer cables.
No,
That's a
I
personal
mean-
question.
I mean, for what do you mean? This MIDI cable that normally
Yeah.
goes into a splitter down here, but I've just
okay.
plugged in directly.
Yeah, it's messing with my OCD. He says, with a load of loose cables on the floor behind him.
Oh, I mean, you probably don't like the bunch coming out of the rack here either.
No.
See, that's my
Well-
problem with modular.
Yeah, absolutely.
You'll hate my modular stuff. I use 2 long cables all the time, so it's a big rat's
Well,
nest.
this modular is beautiful.
It is, because it's not got anything sticking out the front.
No, but
We are not
all
alone,
that
Jim.
messy stuff.
We are not alone.
no, the problem is it's all messy because I'm still very slowly
reminds
soldering
me-
my patch base.
Andy Brooks left this at the EMOM. I'm sure he's trying to get me started.
Yeah.
The bugger.
Actually, I have to say I bought some of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not to do modular. I bought half a dozen of them.
I've got a bag
What's
load of
pray tell?
patch cables back there. Still not tempted.
No.
Well, no, they're quite useful to be able to sync out of something occasionally.
Just get a little DFAM or Mother 32 to get started. Yeah.
No, don't.
Gateway
don't,
drug.
Don't use
Slippery
stars.
slope. No.
Gateway drug.
First shot
That's
through.
it.
I've not got all the electrons yet.
Well, I started with an effects unit
And we
setup,
give Robbie shit for collecting.
and pretty soon it
PXs.
took off. So
What I need an electron collector.
That's
You
Jim.
what, sorry?
Jim,
I've got some.
What-
I've not
what-
got I've not got a mono machine or a machine drum or an analog version
Yet.
or a sit station? Or do you have a sit
or
station?
SID station. No, I would like a SID station.
Well, the mono machine keyboard I would always love because it just looks so ridiculous.
Yeah. That's like the Digitone keys. It's like one of the ugliest things ever. It's just like, but fucking brilliant though.
if you get a Proteus 2000, Proteus 2500, or Command Station, they use virtual patch cables in there. It's actually software modular inside the box. Nobody knows about it.
Well, who thought that was a good idea 25 years ago?
Well, you know,
Yeah.
Dave Rossum's a clever dude, but you know, if your marketing guys suck, that's what happens. So use a program called ProDatum. You can exploit everything on the box, and it's
I mean,
free.
clearly Creative didn't really care too much by that point.
But it's wicked when you get into it. It really is a software modular.
Creative, what an amazing company.
They were, and Sonic and Emu, both amazing.
What does Creative do nowadays? Because we're no longer selling sound blasters.
Hopefully, sitting in the corner, thinking very strongly about what they did.
Yeah, they fucked everything up.
But like, how did I mean? It worked fine for 10 years until the request no longer had a market that they knew about.
They need a corporate dunce cap.
So you sussed it out then, yeah, Ken?
No. No. I'm not getting any joy there at all, buds.
Is it spitting anything out?
Is it not happy spitting out MIDI?
It's not spitting out MIDI. Well, this is not receiving it, but I can't see why it wouldn't be.
Have you got a
Um,
regular MIDI interface that you use that you know works?
Yeah, this icon works.
Have you enabled everything in VNSonic?
Mm.
That it outputs all the stuff rather than just sysex or other stuff?
Yeah, pretty much turned on fucking nearly everything, in fact. And that could be the cable, I suppose, but I think it's the only MIDI cable I've got up here. I don't know where the hell the others are. So, I don't. It's
So,
it's a
Mr.
bit-
Korg UK dealer,
Oh shit.
Yeah, when it starts
At the
items
moment.
like that.
are you
At the
willing
moment-
to express your thoughts on today's additions to Korg collection?
Let's not do that again.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get him banished.
Hey, it's not that we're not that far away from that.
Oh God!
I've
God.
said it before. well, I was unimpressed to say the least. If you think that what you would get, what I spent the other day for my $200, and you're buying all of the same from Korg, and you look at what Arturia were offering, 39 synthesizers, and the few that you were being offered from Korg. So no, I wasn't that impressed,
No.
if I'm honest. But actually, I haven't bought. What I would say is, if you want those and you've got an iPad, buy them on the iPad. They're much cheaper. Because I bought most of that sort of stuff when Korg did a deal for the iPad. And what I haven't, in fact, I've got all of them on the iPad. I think that I haven't got the what you call them isn't available. The effects unit.
Chaos pad.
Chaos pad. The Chaos pad isn't available. I don't think. Although I've got the mini Chaos on the iPad.
There's the iChaosilator, isn't there?
iChaosilator, yeah.
Yeah.
And I've got a real Chaos pad somewhere kicking around. The small one, not the big one.
iChaosilator is great. You could do an EMOM off of that.
You can actually, and I tell you what, I've been very. I used to have the original iChaosilator, the real one, and the Mark II I thought was a step backwards. It wasn't as good. So I've been toying with the idea of just trying to pick one up really cheap on eBay. The first one, But I did all sorts of stuff with that. I used to take it on trains and just write pieces of music on trains with that. It was great, So no, I wasn't that impressed, if I'm honest.
No.
So
Of all the things, of all their repertoire they could have chosen, those were probably the three that most people didn't want.
Oh, no, MS2000 is a cool synth.
Yes, but they didn't release the MS2000 for...
Well, they've microcorg, same thing.
Yes, but it's the same thing inside, but different kind of interface, isn't it?
Okay.
No, it's... I mean, I've been playing around with the... Because, yes, I bought the upgrade. Because I want to keep up with it, but the microcorg was okay. I can't see me ever using the Chaosilator.
I'm going to say,
Or the Chaos pad.
How does that work on screen? Unless you've got, it works fine on an iPad because but you need a touch screen to make it sing.
I mean, I've got one of these trackpads, so it's not awful, but it's not great.
But on a mouse, it's not good.
No, it is an odd one. It's an odd one.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm guessing that you would. I suppose the benefit would be that you could shove something through it and then record the automation and let it do it. I haven't really looked at it too much, because it was the one that least interested me. The Electribe, I mean, it's an Electribe R. It's no different from the one that you had on the iPad, really.
Yeah, I never. That's one thing I didn't buy.
What
was the Electribe for the iPad? Ooh.
Yeah.
No, it's Vangelis of Reverb.
What have I done?
Was that only half of Vangelis?
I don't know.
Hello.
Oh, this is Superior Reverb.
No.
iOS has a bunch of Electrobes. You have the Gorillas one, you have the original one.
Oh,
you have
yeah, I remember the Gorillas one.
I've
That's
still
better.
got that on mine.
I think.
No, it's not.
No, it's not, is it?
It's better.
Oh, I know what it is. Hang on. If I press this, it goes away.
It does.
I'm learning. Well, so essentially then, I think we'd get rid of that because that's just asking for fucking trouble. Anyway, so we got, yeah. One is sounding slightly more CS80 than the other. And still no polyops done.
So you guys have stopped me buying the Cherry Audio GX80, didn't you?
I did no such thing.
Well, actually, it was Kent. I'm going to blame Kent, but
Everybody blames Ken. Come on.
yeah, exactly.
Don't
Yeah.
break the mould, mate. Come on.
Because if it hadn't been for me buying out the Arturia, I would have bought that because it looks really, really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You know. But
Well-
now I've got a CS80. I know I haven't got a GX1, but no.
That's one.
I mean, you guys have had it for a while, haven't you?
And that's the other one.
Oh, sorry, do that again, Kent. Sorry, I was.
Yeah, let me do it for you. Here.
Right. But which one's which?
Ooh.
Well, hang on. No.
Oh,
That's fucked. Yeah.
we don't want a real one, do we?
I think
they're
some
shit.
I think some fucker has gone and repaired that one incorrectly.
That was funny.
I think we'll try that again, shall we?
That's
the real one.
So which one of these
So you
sounds
think-
closest to that?
You might be bluffing. That would sound.
Not that one. The other one.
No.
The first one he played sounds closer.
The other one, although it's a bit
Yeah.
too thick and woolly.
It is a little, but I actually detuned it slightly, I think, at some point, so it might have given it a bit more of a woolly feel, I must admit.
Right. But because that one, that last one he played just sounded slightly thinner.
Yeah.
It
So
sounded-
which one's which?
But also listen to the envelope on the filters.
That one's got so much more bottom end on it.
Whereas the other one is...
Yeah, it sounds quite thin.
Oh, me.
It needs oomphin'.
Which is which?
I cannot say.
Okay.
Yeah, right, fair enough.
On an open forum.
Send me a message later.
what was that one, Robbie?
This one is GX80.
Right. Yeah.
With poly aftertouch.
That would sound terrible with my playing. give me fixed velocity.
Actually, Jim, you just reminded me. On your Micro Freak, the one that you said you were having trouble with because you weren't grounding or something, what was your power supply? Was it...
I tried the one with it, the factory one. I tried USB to computer, both through hubs and direct, and the only time it ever worked was off a USB power bank.
USB power back. All right, okay.
The mains power supply, was it an inline brick thing?
Yes. Yeah.
And the connector that went to your main socket, was that one of those little, like they
It's
call the
cloverleaf.
cloud? Yeah, the
Cloverleaf.
cloverleaf, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Right, this is a different...
So I had a
software.
thought, and it's, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
They also call that the Mickey Mouse connector.
That one is ME80.
Okay.
I suppose for Memory Moon guy,
Yeah. And that's Arturia.
It's that attack.
Yeah.
The first thing that I go, ooh.
So if I think, can it do it?
Yeah,
Can we-
because
can we-
this
can we
is
initialize this patch up.
so.
Is that Zero Blade?
No, this is Zero Blade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, when you listen to that, it's actually layers.
Mm.
It's actually two sets.
Well,
of,
yeah, because it's
80 running.
it's all four ranks.
yeah.
So you put
Yeah.
it into single mode, but in
And
dual
that will
mode.
give it its. Yeah. See, those initial presets are not. Well, the brass is not right. The guitar, with a little fettling, is quite close.
Let's put it in
But I
single
have to
mode, actually.
add sine wave from the front panel to it. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. But it has
Now
to be
what-
fettled with. The actual preset on the front panel needs work. But I still couldn't give you a fair assumption of it because I can't get it to do poly AT yet. And a CS80 without poly AT is an SY1 with delusions of grandeur.
Yeah.
No, it's two SY1s.
Hair splitter. God help any bunnies that come near you, mate.
No,
Yeah.
I avoided them since the Killer Road incident. since the Holy Hand Grenade, all bunnies avoid me.
So we bust them with the teeth.
Nasty pointy teeth. I got one of these things too. Have you guys seen one of these before? The little Ploytech. One of the smallest
Pile
synths in the
squared.
world.
Oh my
no.
godfathers.
Ploytech.
Yeah.
MIDI and MIDI power, and then an audio out. Very simple.
Yeah, quite disgusting. Gritty sound engine.
You know, it was cheap. It was on sale. So what the hell?
It's got more outs than that bloody thing. It's got out. That's it. Oh, bless me. Right, if I mix. Admittedly, that's my Hydra patch. What's the other thing playing?
Not me. Sorry, not me.
It's not me.
Not me either.
Then what is it then?
What is the thing?
You know, the thing that was going diggy 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 dig. That.
Is that Critter and Guitari?
That.
No, it's not me. Mine's not switched on.
That.
Everybody hold their hands up.
Yeah.
Finn.
I think it's me, but I can't actually hear it here. Bizarrely. So I've no idea what's going on there.
I thought it was
Okay,
Robert.
arrived.
the whole time.
I thought Jim's looking too honest. It can't be him.
Yeah, it is me, but I can't hear it.
Oh
What's
wow.
it doing?
Yeah, that's the
So-
thing I've got actually when I played the organelle yesterday.
I can see the
2 days
output
ago,
in
yeah.
Logic, but I can't hear anything my end.
It's coming through. Lovely.
Yeah, quite hot.
Have you clicked the little speaker icon? If you were using Cubase, you'd click the little speaker icon.
My sample tracks just landed in Stansted.
No.
Was it?
Comes with wheels?
And wings.
Wings.
I
And
bought it with the
wings?
optional 777.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, Rob,
Oh,
you have to go in a field with a microphone and do a demo just like the launch video.
Yeah, and sing into it as well.
We want to
I'll
review,
take-
Rob.
Well, you say that. Being announced, hopefully, as soon as our graphics department, i.e. Ben, can knock up a thumbnail, we will be having a special Sonicware Discovery live stream at 8 p.m. this coming Monday
Monday.
on ProSynth Network
Cool.
with Chris Dodsworth, or Chris Lodi as he's known, who's their UK guy.
I know what I wanted to ask you a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, hang on a sec.
Oh,
1 second, callers.
Oh, I can hear it now.
Ah, cool.
copyright strike.
Yeah, I thought Lodi was his real name. You have to get to the bottom of that one.
Mm.
What's the synth?
What, the
Can you hear me
SP80?
twice now? Oh,
What?
Jesus.
That one?
Yeah.
SQ80.
Ah, nice.
Can you even do doorbells?
Oh yeah, answer that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I wanted to ask you a couple of weeks ago, Rob. Did
I don't mind leaning
Kelly
closer to
Marie
the
ever
screen.
get back to you?
No. Oh, yes. No. Hang on.
Because that's
Yeah.
another one of those ones that it looked like it was on, and then
Yeah, and then
wasn't on.
did I speak to her, or did somebody speak to her and then speak to me?
I think I hit her up
I think it was a case of
figuratively, and then gave her your contact, or I gave you her contact, or whichever way. And then it was supposed to be taking it from there.
I think. Let me just see. I think it was one of those things where we've had this a few times from people that you just wouldn't expect it from, where they said, "Thank you for asking, but I have absolutely no idea why you would want to speak to me because I'm really not interesting and quite boring and sort of thing." And I'm like, "But if you were, we wouldn't ask to speak to you."
Yeah, yeah.
That sort of thing.
Oh, she does lovely music.
Yeah. But I just oh.
Who's
What?
that then?
Max Headroom.
Hello? There you go. No, I heard myself back, which was...
Yes,
not
I
very
did
nice.
too.
Strange.
You, Jim?
Oh, it's me. Can you hear me twice now, or is it just?
No.
No,
Just one.
No, just you.
All right. I can just hear me twice.
But yeah, so Monday, 8 p.m. Save the date.
Yeah.
Chris and I guess you could probably sort of. It's kind of like doing what Dom did with Inky in the NPC. So we're going to have the live and Lo-Fi 12 and the sample tracks, and we're just going to kind of go through them. He'll explain because he knows way more about them, and I've only had the Lo-Fi since Monday. What just fell over there? I've only had the Lo-Fi since Monday, and the sample track's arriving tomorrow, so I really won't know what the hell I'm doing with them. So he's going to come on and he'll just do a kind of run through, and we'll talk about the differences and what they can do that's the same, what they can do that's different, and maybe, even just maybe, might come up with a tune of some description. But yeah, seriously impressed with this lo-fi. It's really good.
Yeah, I like the
What do you
selection
do
of-
with? You know, you've only got the 4-second sample time.
Mm.
And you
more than enough.
You
Well,
had
yeah.
that's twice as much as you had in the Series 2 Fairlight,
Yeah.
and look what
Spoiled.
you could do with that.
Go bankrupt.
Yeah, quite. Especially if you buy that fucking one in Switzerland. Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, along with that fucking £53,000 CS80.
Yeah.
No.
And the
Oh,
75,000.
that's a cheap one compared to a 70 or 80,000 one with 53,000.
Yeah, that's right.
What a bargain!
Was it 75
Well, like I said,
grand
there's
for
one in
that
the front room for
Voyager, isn't it?
30. That's all I'm saying.
Ridiculous, isn't it? But no, it's so 4-second samples. So if you're sampling in a break of something, then you play it in at 78. Get a bigger break in and pitch it down, and then you
Yeah.
start getting all crunchy.
But when it sounds like let's be 1200.
But yeah, but exactly, and do you know, I've wanted to say it, but I don't want to sort of say it out loud, but it is kind of like a budget SP1200.
What a 12-bit drum machine, like another 12-bit drum machine.
It kind of but it's got a bit more to it. You know, it's got built-in effects, and you know, you've got a bunch of other extra things that you can do with it. But you know, messing with the samples to get your start and end rate, you just there's a knob for start and there's a knob for end, and you just twirl it until you hear that it sounds right. That's exactly how we used to do it. Same with the loop points. You know, you just manually put in your loop points.
I quite like that. Whatever the sort of draggy mode.
Yeah, the drunk beats as they call
Yeah.
it. But yeah, it has. I mean, again, it's just there's a knob here that has a function called laid back, and it just shifts the start time just a little bit. You know. So yeah, it's very good.
Do you know what the UK price is going to be?
It's 300. Is it
I
300?
think 319 is a price that I want to say.
Because you can order it. You can order it now.
I thought it would be
Because
cheap.
I saw
doing-
it on their website, but
Yeah, they're doing-
It was in euros. It was 300. I think it was 300 euros.
319 euros and
Three-
two.
Yeah,
Was it?
Yeah.
I'm sure I saw
So-
it for like 239 or something.
yeah,
Yeah,
you would-
that's-
yeah, but that's what Rob got it at.
Yeah, the normal price is around the 200 mark. So that's weird that they're going so high for that.
Yeah.
I think so. It's not available because it's not available on Toman just yet. But
$239. I suppose you got tax on top of that.
and that's the thing. So when you go on their website and go to the shop, you can buy direct from them if you live on the continental United States.
Yeah,
But if you're in Europe, UK, or anything like that, then you have to go to a dealer. And I don't think the dealers have got any yet. I mean, most of the live-ins tend to go for 260, 270 street price in the UK anyway. So I wouldn't be surprised if it just gets pitched out at the same price, because it can't be that much more expensive. And it just comes in doesn't come with a power supply, but it's just used as a standard DC 9-volt, like the Volkers do.
is it battery as well?
Yes, yeah, six
Fantastic.
double A's.
Yeah.
So,
What's
See
the
loot
sample
box.
spec on it?
so So it's 16-bit with a 12-bit mode, 12 or 24 kilohertz, up to about 4 seconds. Mono
Fidelity.
Splits and
12
individual
kilohertz.
keys and all that kind of stuff.
Sorry?
Splits and individual keys and all that good stuff.
No, you just one sample, and that's
One
it.
sample.
You're not messing
okay.
around. Yeah, it's proper old school, which is good. You know,
But you can do parameter locks. Sounds.
you did parameter locks, so yeah, you've got you can.
But
Play in
also,
stuff.
if you want a multi-sample, you just use another track.
Well, you could do that
I mean, that's what you did on Fairlight or on PvP for
exactly.
multi-sample.
You've only got 4 tracks though, so you have to. But you've
Then
got
buy two.
64 patterns. Each pattern can have up to 64 steps in a pattern.
And simple enough, it doesn't need a fancy overlay, right?
You say that.
Uh-oh, not XFM again. Oh, boy.
But no. Seriously though, seriously, this overlay you probably won't ever need it because you'll remember the settings.
Because Liven is so simple, it doesn't need the overlay.
This, I think you can't probably. There's not a huge amount of detail on there, and most of it's kind of self-explanatory. So you get it. It really. I mean, when Chris said to me, he said you'll like this because it's easier to use than the XFM.
That's
I
not
was like,
saying much.
Well, that's not so much. But he was right. It is a lot more intuitive. So, can Jean Michael Jarre piss off?
I was going to say, has anybody got a gun?
It's a pound shop.
Robert, is that my SQ80 you're playing? That's lovely.
Say, Kent, haven't you got a piss off Robert button?
Yeah, somewhere.
I think Robbie's got a button for Robert.
Yeah.
Oi, 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 oi.
Is that the one that says you wanker?
Oh, this one.
What a wanker.
That's the one. Yeah,
Oh no, he's gone now. Oh no.
I didn't do
Robert,
that. I
come
did not do
back.
that. I didn't do
Robert,
that.
come back.
Killed him.
Robert, come back.
Killed him, dude. I did not do that.
There
Hi
he is,
everyone.
Still playing.
Oh, it's oh.
He didn't even know. He didn't even know.
Oh, he's gone again.
That's not me.
Like fucking Zebedee.
He's doing it himself to get the sympathy vote. That's what it is.
Right, well, I keep adding him, so that fuck it up.
Right, let me get another drink. Evening, Andy. By the way.
Yeah, hi Robbie.
Yes.
Guten Tag.
Hi
Hello,
Kent.
Mr.
Hi
Bobby.
Ian.
Hello.
Hi Jim.
How's it going?
Andy.
Guten Abend Robert, wie geht's?
Ich habe viel gearbeitet.
Schön, dass du mit meinem Synthesizer spielst.
Ah, there was 4 of them.
Not yours. I just say indefinite loan.
Yeah, where is it? You.
Yeah, I mean it's here.
Gaz's show is finished.
Yo! Yeah, I know, sorry, yeah. Jim,
Yes.
Grace has told me. Grace said, this is just this is from Grace, right?
You've established this, yeah.
Yeah, we have. It's got
Here we go.
all to do
From
with
Grace.
it's got nothing to do with the syntax.
Who's it from again?
Well, she
Grace.
says she
Great.
said
All right, Clint.
she said, where's the audio?
Wow.
Where-
Wow.
where's
Really?
That's all right.
What's
I don't
your
think Grace
face?
said that.
Come on, Jim. Where's the audio? Come on,
I
man.
don't
Come on,
think
get,
Grace
get your
said
thumb. Well, actually, Grace, come on. You're in the chat. Did you actually say that, or did you not say that? Did you not say to me to nag Jim? Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
It's not even on this machine. It's on
He's
the
answering his
different
own
Mac.
questions.
So,
Wait a minute. This is weird.
Sorry, Jim. I'm sorry. I'm being very unfair.
yeah.
Why isn't Grace coming on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't she in
Yeah.
Mexico or something? Mexico City?
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Just
Oh,
got
she
back
did-
from
she did
Mexico
say,
City.
I told you.
If
to
you
nag
just
Jim.
got back from Mexico City, you wouldn't want to come on either.
Oh, okay.
All this great stuff.
Well, only if you had Montezuma's Revenge, but
Well, I can't comment on that. That's
I think Fiona can.
yeah. Grace has just said, "I told you to nag Jim." There it is, Jim. See, it's not me. Grace says it.
It's a little bit. It's a little bit, Andy. It's a little bit.
Yeah, it's a bit.
Oh, sorry.
I don't respond well to nagging.
No, I suspected not, Jim. Now
Yeah.
you're just like, oh, fuck off.
Yeah.
You can have this back, by the way.
Oh, yeah, can I?
Yeah.
Where's my purple one? I've lost my purple one. It's
Have you?
got sticky bits on the end.
Sure you're not
I've lost my
colourblind?
lovely.
Does that mean
No,
you can't
no,
play D?
No, I've lost my nice, lovely, long, tip top, cable, which has got the
Oh, there you go.
what do you
David's
call
got
them?
it.
This one.
Splitter cable.
David's got it.
Have you got it? Have you got it, Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave's got it. How did you get it? I don't know where I've left it. And it's
Very
really,
careless,
Thanks, gave it
Andy.
to me.
really
Very careless.
frustrating. I love that cable because Dave Best gave it me. Scary Dave gave it me, and now I've lost it, and I'm really
It's that
upset
one,
because
isn't it? Isn't it that one?
quite an. No, it's a double ender. It's
This is
got-
what
it's
cute
got-
one I have, though.
It's one of those ones. It's a stack cable. It's got double-ended stackers on it,
Hello.
and I'm
Oh.
No,
it's
I
definitely
didn't
not
get the
that
MIDI
one.
working.
Although that does suit you, Dave.
Yeah.
There's a drill. Brings
Is it
out my
November?
nose.
Why, when you've already got a
Organ.
mustache, would you actually put one of those on you? No, sorry.
Well, it's Movember.
Poor planning.
Oh yeah, of course, Jim. Sorry, stupid me.
Dirty Sanchez.
Yeah, I mean, duh.
Oh, excuse me.
So, how's Andy
Even
anyway?
Dave.
And how's Dave?
Yeah.
I
You
shouldn't
guys
be on here
okay?
because I've had 2.5 pints of beer and I'm just dribbling everywhere now.
Ew.
I won't ask from where.
I did.
No.
What on earth
Would,
did you
wouldn't I?
understand? Did you understand dribbling?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I said dribbling.
Oh.
We heard dribbling.
No.
Definitely heard dribbling.
From
At
which
least I
end?
thought I said
Slip if I ever heard
At least I
one.
thought I'd said dribbling. I might have said dribbling.
sounded
Well,
like
either
dribbling.
way, both are capable of coming from both ends.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, a
Ken.
good STD will make you dribble for sure. So
Indeed. There you go.
Bot dribbles, says Crescent. That's crazy. I wish I'd not come on there. Sorry, I've really lowered the tone. Oh no. Again.
Not really.
Oh.
Not really, no.
Oh,
Although
okay.
we haven't discussed about
actually-
how to dissolve bodies yet. But
Yeah, exactly.
Again.
Oh, that's right.
oh, Robert
Look at Robert.
kills rabbits.
Oh, look at how happy he is.
He really kills rabbits. Apparently.
Really kills rabbits.
Yeah, yeah. He splits every hair he sees.
It's
Only with holy hand grenades.
yeah, exactly. With pointy
Anyway,
teeth.
Andy, do you have a shipping notification for your Sonicware sample
No.
track? All right.
Do you,
Why do
Jim?
you?
Oh,
I don't. I
somebody
didn't
does.
order one.
Oh, no, I didn't order one either.
No,
I wish I almost wish I did now.
No,
No.
There's going to be a glut of them that people sell. So
There has been a notification that they are shipping,
someone.
but I
over
have not
there.
yet had the notification that they're shipping to me.
There appears to be a very engorged penis at the top of the screen.
Yeah.
whoa.
Okay.
There it is.
Arrived at FedEx Stansted.
Right.
So-
hang on,
so
hang on.
yours
Redirect.
is-
Redirect. Yeah.
Well,
Order number.
they probably
didn't know
think
they could
Robbie.
fly, did you?
For some reason, they probably think Robbie's important. So
So,
they've,
so,
they've,
They
oh,
don't
sorry,
think
Robbie.
that.
No, they think he's imported.
No, they said impotent.
It's the last name. They just go, oh, foreigner.
You met my kids. I wish I was.
Ouch.
So, oh, now we have met your kids. That's
Well,
really
met one of them.
unfair.
Yeah.
Oh, they love it.
That's really unfair.
what is it? Did they inherit that?
Apparently.
No, I mean, I've
Yes,
never
they
seen-
do
I forgot.
like me. You see. They
What was he called?
Other
What
cool
was
stuff.
your lad? What was
Sir.
he called? Come on, what, the lad who was at
Luca.
Gearfest.
Luca.
Luca.
Luca?
Luca was lovely. You wouldn't believe he belonged to him.
I know. I don't. I think you must be somebody else's.
The Miltmans.
Yeah. Except we don't have milk. We haven't got milk. And he does look a bit like me.
Oh, we went out of his way then.
Nah, he's way better looking than you, Robbie. Sorry about that.
Oh, jeez. You haven't seen him recently. He hasn't cut his hair in so long. He looks like. He actually looks like Sean Ryder used to look like at the moment. It's got that big old
Well, that's cool.
curtains
'Cause
and everything.
As long as it doesn't look like
Radio
Shaun Ryder does now.
Well, yeah, that's true.
oh well, yeah, you don't want that. Radio 6 this morning did a thing on Affleck's Palace in Manchester, which was really quite interesting to listen to. With Wayne Hemingway of all people, but apparently Wayne Hemingway was really heavily involved with all the Affleck's Palace stuff. I had no idea about that.
His name always crops up places you don't expect it. and
Yeah,
then-
yeah, it was really interesting conversations. Of go away and listen to it, because Affleck's Palace was a great place. Really, really. I guess a bit like the Forum here in Sheffield. It's probably been commercialised, but I mean, I went in the Forum recently and was really pissed off because it was just a load of skate shops selling crap.
That's all it used to be.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was just full of load of indie shops selling crap.
Crap.
But it was selling crap. But it was indie people selling crap. Their crap, weird crap, smoking crap.
Oh,
A cool little record shop.
I used to
French
work
press crap.
smelling the smoke, selling the smoking crap in the Forum actually upstairs. Yeah.
I
So
like
the
it,
Forum was
pace.
actually quite cool, but it's just gone all commercial and. Well, I hope Affleck's Palace in Manchester, and it's decades since I was there. I hope it's not got commercialised because it was a fabulous
I
place.
can ask. I can find out if you want.
I went there a couple of years ago.
All right,
Last
what was it
time I
like?
there.
If it was still full of indie people selling weirdo shit, that's cool.
It's mainly full of beads. If you wanted beads, it
Beads
was
and
the place to
patchouli.
go.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, hippie shit. That's okay,
Yeah.
cool. Affleck's isn't what it once was
Beads
back
and
in the day,
bombs.
yeah, but it's still there as an alternative market style place. Okay, cool, Grace. I'm glad about that. Because the Forum really is just nothing anymore, which is a shame. As in Forum here in Sheffield.
It used to be quite a cool bar. DJs on and stuff.
Yeah, there was all sorts of things. It was like a hub, wasn't it? It was a hub point. It has a bit, but still loads of the old stuff. Yeah, that's cool. God, I've killed it again. I'm good at that, aren't I?
No, I'm just looking at.
What a wanker.
I'm just
Yeah,
looking
thanks.
at this article. I don't know who wrote it. Fuck me.
Does Ben get a royalty every time you press that button? By the way, Robbie.
He wishes.
He's allowed to live another day.
Yeah.
That's the
Because he
copyright.
bloody should.
No,
He
no,
will be.
no,
He will be fed.
Well, the copyright really sort of lies with whoever made the recording, really, doesn't it? Unless you count
Yeah.
the performance.
Yeah. What about the lyric writing?
I don't
That's
think it's really
50%.
unique enough, is it?
No.
That's 50%. Oh, I don't know. Ben saying "what a wanker" is pretty unique. Nobody else can do it in quite that way.
True.
The delivery was
Yeah,
was
what a
quite.
wanker.
Yeah.
Oh,
The delivery.
it was the
just
timing on the night
perfect.
as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was
Timing is everything.
That really was. We shouldn't laugh at Robbie's expense. No, well, maybe we should. But anyway,
Everybody
it
else
was.
does.
I think he's been getting his own back since. I don't feel
Oh,
bad.
that was a classic moment. That was an absolute classic PSN moment. I don't think there's been many to compare with that, really, because that was JJ's Halleck telling you how much he hated the
Yeah,
DX7.
it always seems
that
to
was
be at
an-
my
That was
expense,
just
doesn't it?
poor Robbie. Everybody's punch bag.
I can take it. I'm thick-skinned enough.
Sure you are.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, for crying out loud.
Why, what you done now, Rob?
Can you hear me all right?
Rick Beato's dad. I've just seen that. Rick Beato's
You're quite quiet.
dad.
Yeah, I've actually just need... Is that better?
It's louder, but it's not.
Not
Needs to
loud
be
enough.
louder.
A bit more.
Right. One,
Give
two.
it some.
Oh, that's a
Oh,
bit
that's
hot.
too much.
Oh, oh.
Two.
Yeah, that's better.
Right. Yeah, no, my Zoom R16's just started to screw up. Switching itself on and off all the time.
No.
So we've bypassed it. Anyway, I'm going to go because Jane wants to watch Celebrity Have I Got News for You. Not Celebrity, Celebrity Get Me Out of Here.
I'm a
Why you slip
celebrity.
there.
Get me out of it. And you're going
Yeah.
to spend
I'm going to spend
time watching
quality
that.
time with my dear wife,
Oh, sorry. Yeah, of course. Sorry, silly me.
right? And I'll be back later, guys. Probably. See you later.
Maybe.
See you later.
Maybe.
See you later.
Tim.
If you're still here,
Yeah.
you will be still
around.
here, won't you? I know you will.
You're still alive.
No, I won't be.
Right. See you later. Bye.
See you later,
See you.
babe.
So yeah.
Bye.
All right. Fire. Oh,
Boom.
Rob.
Oh,
missed your
sorry,
pop-
I'm too slow.
Come on. You missed your
Come on,
cue,
Dave.
mate.
What were you going to say?
Oh, he was supposed to do the what a wanker. That's
What a wanker.
Not for Ian. No, not for Ian.
no, everybody. Oh,
There you go. That'll wake everyone up.
Keyboard stopped working.
Indeed.
Is that Robert playing, or is that somebody else playing? Because I can't work it out. Because Robert's fingers are moving too quickly.
That's what they all say. Especially in the film.
Sorry. I. What?
Robert's films. You've not heard of Robert's films?
oh yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he did a film called The Fluffer's Assistant. Which is ironic in itself. So
Which is ironic. Yeah.
It is.
Thanks, Andy. Right.
But no, that was actually me playing then, just to confuse you.
Right, I'm on
That's Robert.
KVR audio,
Okay.
I'm
and
sorry
I'm
for
just
you.
looking at the posts on the GX80, and I don't feel so bad now.
Oh, because more people are saying it, are they?
Oh, me. Some of it's pretty pushing it too much.
I best have a look. I
Oh,
haven't
yeah.
checked in KVR for a shitfest recently.
And it doesn't seem to have MPE. Seems Cherry are giving up on MPE.
Oh,
What's MPE?
the GX80 hasn't got MPE.
Michael Whalen says it's the dog's nuts, apparently.
I thought it had, isn't it?
Oh,
I thought it had as well. I can't see how else it's going to do polyaftertax successfully, to be honest.
So Robbie, what did they add to it that says it's part GS1? What did they add to it? Was it GS or GX? I forgot.
GX1 filters.
Filters.
Yes,
Okay, that was
so
it.
Yeah.
the GX1 filters, you've got the 2 extra registers that the GX gave
But it's
you.
VCO3 architecture in both the GX1 and the CS80, except one is a encapsulated big lump of fucking shit with pins on it, and the other one is a chip.
Oh.
But essentially the same unit.
Hang on. So Robbie reviewed this, didn't he? So
Mhm.
does it have MPE or not?
Well, I haven't got an MPE device here to test that out with, so I did not.
Unfortunately, I have, and it's not working.
Well, a terrible reviewer.
What if you use standard polyaftertax instead of MPE?
I was using standard polyafter.
Yeah, because
What, like the SQ80 does, Robert?
yeah, like that's how I.
Yeah, that's why I got the EPS out.
Well, technically,
can't
the
get
Hydrosynth 49 doesn't have MPE because it doesn't have release velocity. So
Yeah.
Oh, this is getting complicated.
yeah, it
Is
is.
it not?
Oh, it was
It's proper
complicated before I
nerdy
turned the
stuff,
fucker on.
Isn't it? Oh, it's all zeros and ones.
At the end of the day.
Where on KVR can we read this fun stuff? Is it in a forum? Or-
Yeah,
If you just Google
forum view topic.
GX80 MPE, then it's the first result.
Oh, what, GX80 bugs?
They'll probably just add it with an update. You know, it's brand new, so
Well, we're running the very latest version, which works. Like Robbie said, he got it working on his Mini Freak.
But doesn't the hydrogen output normal poly after touch as well?
It does, yeah.
There's loads of people here saying no MPE.
Let's have a look.
I mean, it's just software. They can always add it later. So
Yeah.
Have you got a hydrosynth yet, Rob?
No.
Oh.
No, Kent has very kindly offered to let me have a borrow of his 49, but I haven't got down there yet.
You're just hanging out for freebie again. You're such a sponger, Rob.
I'm a serial blagger.
Serial blagger, that's it. Serial show
That's what I
title.
am.
Serial blagger.
Serial blagger, yeah.
I apologise now. I had no business saying that. Well, I did
alright.
really, but I mean, I just.
Okay, fine. Now, Cherry, do it. Not that one. That one. I can do it on last note priority.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. Fuck all.
Kent, you might spend all day on this. It'll be like your hydrosynth
So-
that you had a while back.
If you go into a MIDI monitor, do you see on the input poly after touch coming in?
That's a good call.
Yeah, see, come up with these things.
You got MIDI aux on there, haven't you?
I've got a MIDI monitor built into Cubase because it's Cubase. It's brilliant. It's much better than Logic.
How large
Yep.
is that MIDI monitor still a tower
There's
code?
loads and loads of aftertouch.
Because Cubase was the problem you had with the hydrosynth, right? Wasn't it filtering the hydrosynth stuff?
No, that turned out to be the Hydra needed her firmware
Oh, firmware.
banged on again. And I did that again today just in case that was something that might have been causing the problem. And no.
Hey, Logic's got great MIDI monitor in it, hasn't it?
What do you need to spend 10 hours in the environment to get to it?
Oh, true.
That's weird, isn't it? I'm not going to sell them to him.
Okay, take, but I would like to come, but I am currently busy. I will send a TPP postman to your home to give you your. Fuck off! Is
No,
the
that's a
response
scam.
on that.
That's a
Sorry,
scam.
thanks. I'm so sorry, thanks.
So they're sold.
That's the scam job.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I heard that. Seen that one before.
Wankers. What a wank.
What a wanker.
That's amazing you did that with Ben's voice, Rob.
Yeah, he did. He was like talking when he did it.
Kent can do a good Robbie, so
Hey.
You
Hey.
sit in the corner. Anyway, I'm getting no further here. At this rate, I'm going to have to go over there and play my own 80.
And the MIDI monitor definitely says polyphonic after touch.
Yeah.
Uh,
Loads of data coming out.
But is it the right data?
You're not doing any fancy filtering in the MIDI preprocessor, I assume.
No.
Most people don't know where it is.
I'm doing this in the interest of balance straight out of the box, as it were.
Or just the, or even just the standalone version.
Yeah,
Is Jim
standalone.
plugging his live again?
yeah.
So you plugging your live again, Jim? You're going to give us an impromptu concert?
No,
Oh, all right then.
I'm a bollocks. No, I'm just plugging it in after the last EMOM. So it's not a chance.
Oh.
Well, mine's been plugged in since the night of the last EMOM. I came home and just plugged it in. I just took it out and plugged it in. It's all ready to go. Sounds shit, but it's okay.
Good for you.
I'm just saying. That's all. Can I just say, Jim, actually, loads of thanks, because it was a brilliant event. That last EMOM in Derby was really, really good. It was a great one.
Yeah, there's some really Simon Greatbatch's set was really good, just really pro level, wasn't it?
Well,
Really
it was-
cool. Yours was all right.
No, I was all right. It wasn't in tune because I didn't get a chance to tune up before you said, and now Andy Vonal. I'm thinking, fuck, I've not tuned the oscillators and I've got to go.
We don't have time
Yeah.
for tuning. Jesus.
Well, no, I didn't, so I didn't. And I just went off and it was all out of tune, but that's cool.
It's microtonal.
Yeah, but you know, as it was, we only managed to get through 14 out of the 15 acts. So,
Oh, did somebody not get a chance to play?
yeah, they could have done but they kind of said, "Oh, don't worry about it." There's
No,
someone
no.
who's played before, and they were like, "Oh, don't worry about it. Play another time."
It was a good event. If anyone can get the chance to go to one of the EMOMs at Dubrek in Derby, get yourself there because they're always really cool nights.
Yeah,
Great
bit of
venue,
a-
great sound, great atmosphere,
Bit of a
great
learning
food.
curve
Actually,
with
the
the
pizzas are brilliant.
bit of a learning curve with the new digital desk. It's just like,
yeah.
fuck. What layer is it?
Oh. You got there though, and it worked,
Yeah.
and it sounded good. It really did
Yeah.
sound good. Yeah.
That did sound better than the shitty Elysis one I had.
That wasn't the best, was it?
No. Still need to go and fix that for him.
Oh,
That makes a
Children,
good
it's-
sample.
yeah. Right, Grace has just asked you, Jim. Are you going to come up for the Sheffield EMOM? I know you're not on the list. I am. I got a slot.
Yeah.
Maybe it's got nothing at all to do with the fact that I gave Brawny a lift back from Derby. Nothing at all. Because he'd already given me the slot before we sorted that out. He said he got a cancellation. Do you want to play? I said
you
yeah.
weren't threatening to leave me in Chesterfield.
No, I said, no, honest, I didn't. No, I didn't.
No,
'Cause
I don't think I will be. I
alright.
might be. It depends. I've got a gig on the 10th in Aylesbury, so. So yeah, I'm not
Aylesbury.
Aylesbury.
Wow, have you,
Yeah.
Go on, tell us about that then, because that's quite a
yeah,
stretch, isn't it?
Basically, it was a
Is
guy.
that where's Aylesbury? Is that Berkshire or somewhere like that?
Buckinghamshire.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they all become a blur once you get
All
south
shires.
of Derby.
Down south, yeah. Down south.
But
It is.
Buckinghamshire is nearly the north. It's
No,
like
it's
outside
not.
the M25.
No, it's about as south as you
Buckinghamshire is
get.
not nearly the north, Robert.
No.
Slap yourself around the face with
There's
with a
an
dead fish.
ideological divide. You know, there's just like, fucking hell, that's not north.
Outside the
Derby I can cope
M25,
with.
excuse me.
Anything south of Derby is
Oh,
definitely
outside
south.
the end-
Even Leicester is south.
Or,
Given
or
though
to
it's
be
the
fair,
Midlands.
the Thames does go through it, so it's hard to decide whether it's north or south.
Oh, it's south.
The Thames goes through it.
Anyway,
Anyway, yeah.
North of
It's-
the Thames,
sorry.
outside the M25
Yeah,
is the
shut
north.
up arguing about
Anyway.
where north and south.
No,
Tell us
just
about
just
offended
Aylesbury. Half the population of England. So yeah,
More
no,
than
it was,
half.
it was,
Fewer live in the north.
it
Fewer
was
than
a,
half.
a guy from the Birmingham EMOM who performed there who really liked my set, and yeah, so he's playing. I'm playing possibly a couple of others, I think. So yeah, should be good.
Is it an EMOM?
No,
Or is it
no,
something else?
It's a gig. It's a
All right,
gig
cool,
at a proper gig at the sort of arts venue. So like full length set.
Oh, wicked. Oh, that's good. I
Yeah.
I like the idea that it's branching out into different areas.
Yeah.
So.
That's cool.
Edna's Disco Machine says Aylesbury, Howard Jones back in the day. Was he from Aylesbury then, was he?
Fuck's sake. Really?
somebody's asking if they emulated the fan sound of the CS80.
Oh, good.
See, that old Artillery app messed everybody up.
Exactly.
No, there was a lot of people thought there was a fan in an 80 long before Arturi did it.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. They go, oh, it's got grills. Maybe it's a fan.
Is it a fan or is there not a fan?
No, there's not a fan.
No.
But in was it version 2, I think, of the Arturia one, if you look underneath the vents at the back, there's a spinning fan.
Very slowly
Oh, I mean, it was already in version 1 when you opened up the top panel, that's when you saw the fans.
Oh, it was in the version 1 as well, was it?
Yeah, but only when you open it up so that you could then access the
So
modulation
you
matrix.
actually saw the fans that weren't actually there.
Yes.
Just like they added
That's really weird.
a fader panel and lots of extra knobs on the Fairlight in their version.
Maybe they did that so you could tell when the app actually crashed. The fan would stop spinning.
Yeah.
Hey, here's the fucking MIDI cable.
Oh.
Right.
James Dyson says a queue for Cherry Audio on PSN.
Well,
Are they on
first of all,
Friday?
it's not tomorrow. Yeah, and don't
depends where
ask
you
me now
are.
because I will not forget. I will not remember even.
Yeah.
Jesus.
You could ask them why they didn't implement
MPE.
MPE.
While looking at KVR, it doesn't work with their dual layer architecture, the implementation, their in-house implementation. So what the fuck that's supposed to mean?
Well, we can ask them on Friday.
Clearly their framework, the way they do it, makes it complicated.
How much does it cost?
What?
39.
GX80
Is it another one of the?
It's 59,
bucks.
normally
So
79.
it's not a huge amount of money.
No.
And if it sounds
In its own
halfway
right,
decent,
it sounds great.
then yeah. But it's not the thing about the CS80, of course, as Kent will tell you. It's about the articulation, isn't it? It's about what you can do with that under your fingers. That's
You
a
mean
player's thing.
Sorry, wrong patch.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Robbie, because it was like.
Hang on.
You're gonna go. Yeah,
That
so
sort of
you
thing.
press that top one and go. Bring it down. Yes, yeah, absolutely.
It's great when you got poly aftertouch, isn't it, Kent?
Apparently.
Apparently. Can I just say I love Kent's cardi?
So do I.
That's lovely cardi, that Kent.
He's been living in it.
He has.
Yeah, don't take it off.
Maybe we should be the bastions of the cardigan revival.
I'll go for that.
I used to wear a cardigan quite a lot back in the 90s.
Just got Carl Bates.
Nothing on the EPS either.
Aylesbury's famous for Howard and ducks, not the lame 80s film Howard the Duck.
Quite true. So that's not working either, Kent.
Very funny.
Hey, Robbie, you have to make a poly AT face.
Yeah.
The moment sad owl.
I just can't think what it can be.
No, I can't think of what it could
Because
be.
it's working here. And
Yeah, exactly.
It's definitely set to poly aftertouch of a front panel. It's definitely outputting, and it's definitely poly aftertouch and not normal aftertouch that you're receiving.
Yeah. Because even Hydra is with everything else. It's
Right.
poly ATing, no problem, on all the other plugins except GX8.
Hey, Ken, what if you just run it in a VST host like mini host or something like that? Take Cubase and stuff out of the equation.
Well, I've done. I mean, it doesn't do it. It won't work in the standalone either.
Oh, the standalone, that's right. There's a standalone
Yeah.
too.
I'm going to go to bed now, so I just jumped in. So I'll say,
mate.
Tra.
Cheers,
Have
Andy.
fun.
Brooks.
Gives you ample opportunity, Robbie, to hit the what a wanker button, and
My
I'll-
finger is poised.
Do you have to wait for me to go, or are you going to press it now?
Oh no, the tradition is you have to go first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, fair enough. All right, okay, see you all soon. Tra.
Bye.
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 Cheers,
Take
Andy.
care.
Take care.
Bye, Jim.
Cheers.
What a wanker.
There you go.
There we go. Sorted.
So what are you doing for Thanksgiving then, Andy?
Killing a turkey.
No, I'm vegetarian. No turkey's dead here.
There you go.
I'm having
Good
a
man.
tofurkey.
Tofurkey.
Turkey.
Tofurkey.
Well, it's another product that's like tofurkey, but it's pretty good though. Yeah, just work off work for 2 days and.
Just the two.
Well, I mean it's Thursday, Friday, so.
It's America. Can't take too many days off.
Yeah, we don't get
They
many.
get
days.
antsy.
It's not like
if
Germany
you're
where
off
they get a
work too
million
long.
days off. So.
Yeah.
But no, it's good times. Let's go do some family shit and clean up my studio and some other stuff. So.
Cool. I get 2 days of peace and quiet at work. All my colleagues are off.
Oh, exactly.
Ah.
Well, there must be a few people getting like time and a half or double time to work, right?
No, the whole place shuts down for 2 days.
Wow.
Wow.
They're pretty good like that.
So people choose to work. They need Christmas money. So.
But then I usually have 11, 12 days off over Christmas myself, and then they're all in working. They come straight back in after Christmas Day.
Wow.
And I'm off, so I save up a few days. So. Plus this year we've got Christmas Day's on Sunday, isn't it? So we get an extra bank holiday.
You guys also have, is that Canada or you guys have Boxing Day as well?
Yeah, we have Boxing Day, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
And
you get basically 3 days for Christmas, right?
No, well, technically you get Christmas Day, Boxing Day, New Year's Day.
Oh, not Eve. Okay.
No, but if any of those 3 days falls on a weekend, then you automatically get an extra day off in the week. So, like this year, Christmas Day is on the Sunday. So therefore, Christmas Day is Sunday the 25th, Boxing Day is 26th, but then the 27th is Christmas Day observed.
Oh, yeah.
So you get that.
That's
day
cool.
off as well. And of course, New Year's Day being on Sunday means that you get Monday off as well, which
Nice.
is always good to have the day off after New Year's Day. So, but then I save up like 4 days of vacation time. So I finish work on the 22nd, and then I'm off and go back on the 3rd. Yeah, 3rd. So,
Cool.
Yeah. Not that I do anything different to what I really.
I mean, if I were
really
religious, I would
obsessively-
get extra days off too as well, right? But I don't have that excuse. So
You should join the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster.
well, I do enjoy that, but I won't even enjoy that.
Pastafarian.
I won't join that either, but I do enjoy it. So
I
My
mean,
my brother's an ordained minister.
yeah.
I mean, Orthodox Judaism is one of the best if you want many days off.
Yeah, they have a lot.
But also, like, you have to celebrate all the time. It's like
Yom
non-stop.
Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, all that stuff. Yeah.
It's boring after a while, isn't it? Having all that time.
No,
We got an
it's
extra
like,
day next year, haven't we?
It's hard to go through the year with all the Jewish festivities.
The original Spirit of Christmas by South Park that launched the series, where he goes, if you're a Jew, you get presents for 8 days. He goes, oh man, I'll be a Jew too.
Just think, you could like change religion like all the time. Every time there's like a religious festival.
You really could. That's about as arbitrary as it is, right? So.
Yeah. And then go, right, I'm now.
So, I mean, if you make a change between Roman Catholicism and Orthodox Judaism, you have a good time. There are plenty of public holidays there.
And it doesn't matter what you get up to because you can just say 10 Hail Marys and be forgiven.
Yeah, isn't that great?
Isn't it just?
And you can do horrible things to kids, and no problem. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, and that's just the leaders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My
dad was actually an altar boy. He was forced to be Catholic. He was an altar boy in church. It's hilarious because he's totally not that type. But
How's
just
the
picturing him.
therapy going?
Well, that's the thing. My mom and dad both call themselves surviving Catholics. So, because they didn't raise us with anything, we got exposed to plenty of stuff, of course. But other than going to service once with my grandmother for Palm Sunday, which is the most boring day of my life, and it was.
Didn't you get the palms?
You had to hold a little piece of palm in your hand the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Made into shape.
like that?
I like plants, but not like that.
Well, at least your nonna didn't take you to a Roman Catholic convent in the middle of Turin and leave you there for a day with the Mother Superior.
Oh, no.
In the hope that she would convert me, aged 10.
I was taught by nuns.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Whole of my primary education.
Penguins.
Yeah, it's funny, my other nan did
Fucking
something
evil.
very,
Jesus.
very funny.
Do you have the scars on your knuckles, Jim?
Yeah.
Honestly, like evil. I mean, this is before corporal punishment was outlawed in this country, and especially Sister Ursula. She was just like fucking hell. So if you,
it's tough love, Jim.
There were scales about how angry she was. Yeah. So
but she turned out really well. So I don't know.
I've got the reflexes of a fucking cat because of this. I'm like so good at dodging shit. It's untrue.
If they had forced me to go, my nickname would have been Damien. So
we were casual Catholics. See you on Sunday for 45 minutes. We'll be the ones in the back.
Weather Catholics, right?
Yeah, my mum's side of the family were
see you next
not
Tuesday Catholics.
easy Catholics. They really weren't. They were like, "You little wee bollocks, yeah." Really sort of like full on the business. They wanted me to go, they wanted me to go to Catholic school and everything like that. I mean, Dad's
so one of my friends went to school with me, but he went to CCD after school. And he showed me the books, and we used to laugh at the books. I'm just like, what is this shit?
I had to go on Saturdays for some CCD. I don't remember what we did.
I was quite lucky. My dad had been an altar boy back home in Italy, and him and his brother witnessed, certain. They never went into detail, but they witnessed certain things that put them off the whole thing for life. So when my dad came over here, he was a lapsed Catholic, and he had no interest in it. When my sister passed away,
I love lapsed Catholics.
When my sister passed away, because of my nonna, who was living with us at the time, she'd come over from Italy. We had to have the funeral service at the Roman Catholic Cathedral, and then my dad wanted her buried as close to home as possible in the village, which was an Anglican church, so that caused some frictions. And then, of course, my nonna wanted me to become. She wanted me to go to seminary. She wanted, she was devout. She's an Italian. She was, that's how it is. And I got to the age of 11 when we went to high school, and we had 3 high schools in our catchment area. So there was Thorpe St Andrew, which was just a normal state former grammar school turned into a secondary comprehensive, which is where everyone went, including all my mates. My nonna wanted me to go to Notre Dame, not in France, but Notre Dame School in Norwich, which was a Catholic school. And my mother, who's a devout atheist, said, right, if you're going to send him to Notre Dame, I want to send him to King Edward's, which was the Church of England high school. And I'm like, I just want to fucking go over there with my mates. I don't give a shit. And in the end, I won out. So I ended up going to the state school, thankfully, and didn't have any of that. But my nonna wouldn't. She wouldn't let go of that, and so she kept, and so she took me to that seminary, to the convent, and into the dying day, she was quite disappointed that I didn't become a priest. So, and I'm quite happy about that. Bless her.
So the school depicted in the Meaning of Life, is that a typical boys' school or is that a religious school?
That was probably just a grammar school.
We had the uniforms and all that stuff. That was just a regular school.
Yeah,
we
I
would
think that's a
wear-
normal UK school.
We would wear uniforms at a state comprehensive.
Worst
I mean,
thing about Catholic primary school was having to wear shorts all
Shorts.
year round.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was so,
Wow.
it could inflict more pain
Oh, it's all about
with that
suffering.
yard ruler on
You've
your
got
legs.
to, you've got to
Like,
suffer. You've got to suffer.
Well, it makes the priest happy too. So.
So the state secondary school that I went to, the first one I went to in 1981, blazer, proper school tie, with the proper colours and the emblem and everything, blazer, briefcase, or satchel, leather satchel. It was all of that. I mean, my kids, their high school is just like polo shirt with an embroidered logo on and dark trousers and black shoes, whether they're black trainers or black brogues or whatever. But we used to have the full uniform. Jesus, it was crazy, because we used to have rugger tops that were reversible, so you had you had two different colour schemes, so that when you were doing rugby you could be on one side or the other. You had to have cricket whites. You had to have the football kit with the boots. You had to have
And you had to
gym
pay
kit.
for them, right? The school didn't provide them.
Oh yeah, everything was
no,
paid
no.
for. Yeah, everything had to be paid for. So, they had to have gym kit. So you had to have plimsolls that didn't mark the floors, and white shirt, white shorts, long socks, and they'd stick you out on a cross country run in the middle of the winter and all of that. Yeah, wankers.
Fuck you.
Sorry,
Jeez.
honestly, I was just talking.
Not in public.
Fucking
I do often wonder if all of that Catholic stuff that my family went through, did it have any positive impact? Did it get in us in a good way? We're all pretty relatively good kids, or is it just
it probably had
like I
the
say,
reverse.
I've got the reflexes of a cat now.
Yeah.
Honestly,
But
I can
probably
dodge anything flying at me.
yeah.
It probably showed you what was wrong, but they thought they were showing you what was right.
Oh,
So it had, it was the reverse.
it's not wrong.
Because you don't seem like you were affected by that. You're
Yeah, I
far
know.
too chilled and laid back, and you swear too much. So you won't.
I just remembered my dad talking about something about I needed an annulment. I was like, Dad, come on, man, we're not. That's,
So we used to have a Sunday school,
Oh,
right? So we used to have to go. So I didn't have to go to Sunday school; it was voluntary. But all the kids went because you got for like 2 hours on a Sunday for like an hour and 3/4. You got to play football or pool or table tennis. It was just like it was just like an extended playtime. And then as long as you for like 15 minutes or so sat down and listened to Father whatever, tell his little sermon story, and then you'd fuck off again. And I distinctly remember this is how Catholic my dad wasn't. We had an open day at the Sunday school, and there was lots of it was like a typical English country sort of fair, little stalls selling lemonade and bric-a-brac and all that kind of stuff. And the priest, it was Father something or other. He told this story and it was a ridiculous religious sermon. I think it had something to do with two people in the hospital dying, and the heart monitor went up for one guy and went down for the other guy because he was bad. It was that sort of thing. It was that sort of thing.
God.
And my dad's reaction was exactly that. It also didn't help that Italy were playing in the World Cup that day and he was missing the game. And he got up in the middle of this sermon and said, "This is a fucking pile of shit," in the middle of a church, and walks out. And like the whole village was like, oh, because he was like, he had this restaurant in the village. He was a well-respected member of the village community because he was a business owner. And he just swore in the middle of this church, and it was so. At the time, it was really embarrassing. But I was kind of really proud of my old man then.
That's great, man.
And he pulled me out of. He said, "You're not going to that Sunday school anymore." And I was actually upset for a little while not because of the religion, but because I wouldn't get to see my mates on a Sunday and have a good kick about, So
I remember I knew when I guess I was a teenager, late teenager. I just remember at some point, I was like, the only reason I'm going to church is to look at the girls. And that's all I do the whole time. And this is just a huge farce. And it started in CCD, and it's like, I'm just a hypocrite. I gotta go. I don't care about what's going on here. I don't believe anything. And I felt like, it was terrible. I was just like, I just gotta be honest. That's why I'm here.
I was really lucky that my parents, my father wanted to obviously do, he wanted to appease his mother because he loved his mum. We all did, but she was such a devout Catholic, and he'd got her in one ear and my mum in the other, and he was just like, "What the fuck do I? Oh, fuck off the lot of you," sort of thing. My mum, say, she was very atheist, and nobody apart from my nonna forced any religious belief or preachings onto me, especially after my sister passed away, because I was like just coming up to 8 years old when that happened. At that point, that was the point that for me, up until that, I probably would have said, I can't remember, it's too long ago, but I probably, if you'd have asked 8-year-old me before she died, do you believe in God? I would have been, yeah, well, because we go to school and we say prayers at, and yeah, because I've been told there is. Then after that happened, it was like, no, never. Of course. How could that?
The other thing I used to say was, I was like, God's not the one I'm worried about. It's the Satan character. Like, what is going on with that? Because that I'm paying attention to. Dude, whatever that is, that scares me, right? God seems like I can reason with him. Like, I'll go up there and like, God, here's what happened.
Well, not the Old Testament God.
Yeah. No, I mean,
pick your God.
Though, how my mind was playing it out. It was
Not
like,
the way Roman
God
Catholic
seems like
faith works.
I didn't even have those nuns.
I used to get into awful trouble. I got kicked out of Sunday school because I kept questioning things. Because my dad said, you question everything. I used to question everything, and they didn't like it. They were doing the bloody ark. All the animals going on the ark, and I go, excuse me, what did the lions eat while they were on the ark?
Everything else.
What did anything eat? Where did all the shit go? All that stuff.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
All the logistics.
Did they keep all the herbivores separate from the carnivores? So was there two boats?
They just ate manna. That was magical.
Yeah.
I still don't like to joke about it too much because I still have a part of me like, Dave, you're wrong. You're gonna get it for this, But it just doesn't. It doesn't rationally. I just can't.
Well, the best thing about the story is that
it seems so ridiculous.
First of all, the world can never totally flood if you use the available ice and water and all that.
Oh, here we go.
Stuff, right?
Science. Come on.
I know. And second of all, there's so many species they still haven't discovered that were supposedly all on the ark. They only knew a tiny bit of the world back then. So give me a break.
Yeah, but God
If you could have got a sample on that microscope,
my fucking
could
ear.
evidently proved that it could not have
you read the Bible and you go, yeah, you shagged her in the ear, mate. It's like, what?
I don't understand it to this day. Not that I've read it.
I go, why was Joseph so okay with it? It's just like,
Being off the brightest of a bunch.
yeah, it's kind of just.
Yeah,
Just
it wasn't
kind of
chippy
odd.
after all.
Yeah.
Sorry to all carpenters out there.
No. Yeah, I will be pissed off.
Offended the Catholics and the carpenters.
Wow. All in one
Just
hit.
piss them all off. It's okay. So.
Yeah, that's a skill, Jim. That's a skill.
Thing is, I've got a friend. She was my my best person at my wedding, and she is Irish and is Catholic, and will tell you to your face today that she is still a Catholic, and yet every belief that she has, social belief, is rooted in everything that isn't religious. I mean, she's gay. Her own church despise her, and yet she's still a Catholic. I struggle with that. I can never. Every time I speak to her about it, I say, how can you still, your own people, your God, if he does exist, hates you for what you are.
No, the people do.
How do you rationalise that? How do
No,
you- how do you-
the church and the people associated with it hate her.
Well, he works in
There is
mysterious ways. Remember
no-
that. So.
if he exists, right, there is absolutely zero fucking proof anywhere in the universe
it's a
that says
test.
he hates gays.
Yeah. The thing is, every time I speak to her about it, I can see, like behind the eyes, I can see that she knows. She knows that her, you know, that it's just so deeply ingrained into her
Yeah,
because she's,
she's
you know,
got-
an Irish Catholic.
Using logic,
Oh, yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
you just got to deduce that any benevolent god will be fine anyway. So fuck it.
This is true.
Yeah, but
You know,
I've
and if they're not, fuck them. Quite frankly, because they should be fucking benevolent.
where's my yardstick? Sorry. Oh man, though I have a couple of my, it's the Czech side of my family. They're very, very, very Catholic. But
Are you
I will tell
descended
you-
from Czechoslovakians? I could never tell.
Czechoslovakians.
Oh, Czechs. Sorry. Yeah. I have that problem with my boss. She's Czech. Yeah.
Like I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah, the name doesn't give it away at all.
I think some of the family members, honestly, hopefully they're not listening, but I think it's just it gives them a certain comfort level, a very
Yes.
like it's a family thing, right? It's kind of like it
Well,
to
people
go-
want to know that they don't become worm food. They want to think there's a higher purpose.
and it
And,
just
when-
makes them,
you know.
When you have
Yeah.
gaps in your knowledge as a human being, when you have gaps in your knowledge, you have to fill it with something. It's a desire that we all have whenever we have any sort of gap in our knowledge, whether it's what happens to me when I die, or whether it's what happens if I press this note on the keyboard. If you don't know, you're going to fill it with something, and if you can fill it with
Embrace
fact,
the bleakness of our existence.
exactly. Yeah, we can't.
awesome.
We can't, or certain people can't deal with the fact that you just simply don't know until it happens, and you've
Also,
just got
consider when it was written. It's Bronze Age information. If they wrote it now, it'd be a totally different book. So,
well, it's kind of like Pence was Trump's running mate. He's very devout, and it's the way that they so they were asking, is Trump a good person, right? And and they can be very eloquent. I can never put myself in the minds of another human being, and it just sounds like it's like, come on, that's dancing around the issue. It's almost like, well, it's you have to believe that there's a process to this, and that
You got to
something-
admit, David, though, that when they are quoting the Bible, they seem to be quoting the King James one
Yes.
Yeah,
more than anything else, right? Which
Yes,
is documented as written,
hundreds of years. After.
yeah, only a few
Any
hundred
events.
years ago, and to suit a certain criteria.
Yeah.
The patriarchy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
and now
some-
and then it's today spouted as gospel truth.
It's
Yeah.
not.
And
Well,
it's
well, that's the
really-
problem. It's supposed to be the word of God. Yet it went from Hebrew to Aramaic to blah 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 to
Yeah.
several different versions, and then they put the stuff back in they didn't like, or did like, and took stuff out they didn't like, and
Well, there you go.
it's like the whole.
So what if the whole thing is like Chinese whispers, and it's basically 2,000 years ago a guy made a table and it was really fucking cool, and the bloke went, "You're brilliant, mate. You are fucking the best carpenter I've
You're
ever
God's
met."
gift to
And
women.
it's just
Yeah,
gone-
you're
yeah,
you're
and
such a
it
good carpenter. You're a god.
Yeah, and it's just expanded from there.
It's just,
I mean, it's-
he left us his shoe.
Yeah.
It's just like
Yeah,
I mean,
It's
you're
follow the God. Follow the God.
there is actually one there's an agnostic gospel about carpentry, which I certainly can't remember its name, but there definitely is one which is about
The Ladybird Book of Woodworking.
no, but honestly, if you look into agnostic gospels, you find a lot of interesting ones, and there's one about carpentry. It's just like, great. That's what I always wanted to know.
Yeah, but the
Far
thing
more
is,
interesting than what's in the Bible, actually, in the New Testament, is what's not in there.
If somebody wants to believe and it gives them comfort,
yeah,
Brilliant.
but it's not that simple, is it?
Yeah, it often doesn't make people better. It should,
No,
but it
it's
doesn't.
when it's like,
No, and
well,
they-
you can't do this because in my
Yeah, they're
book it
making
says
this
you can't
very-
do this. And it's like, fuck.
We don't live in a vacuum. That's the problem,
Yeah.
unfortunately. And that's where it gets into a slippery slope. But I don't think that means you can't be spiritual to some degree. I think that's what Madcap Modular's kind of saying. That's a whole different thing, you know?
Spirituality and religion are not dependent on each other.
Right, right. And that
Yeah.
is, I think, is the more fascinating thing. Because there's, I mean,
Well, I certainly commune with nature, but that's just more an appreciation of the world. So it's
Yeah.
It's like reality is really quite fucking magical
yeah.
when you look at
right.
it.
The appreciation of just the,
Yeah.
you know, look.
Yeah, it'd be wonderful, wouldn't it? It'd just be a case of, look, it doesn't matter what you believe in or who you believe in. Just
Well,
don't be a
that's kind of
dick.
like that's the Taoist view essentially. Is
Yeah.
like, you know, stop worrying about the names of things
Yeah.
and you know, don't be a dick. Yeah, pretty much it.
Treat your religion like your genitals. Keep them to yourself and don't get it out in public.
Aye. But polish regularly.
What's wrong about getting out in public?
All right,
Or
here
on
we
film.
go.
Yeah, yeah, we're gonna have to.
Yeah, it's the only fans where it'll fall apart.
I guess
isn't
you don't go to nude beaches.
yeah, don't get them out in public unless you're getting paid, right? Is that the idea? So
it? Yeah.
There you go,
absolutely,
Robert. That's
yeah.
that's
Yeah,
the difference.
there you go.
Money.
Be an influencer.
Unless you're getting taxes and collect.
Amen.
What religious influencer?
That'd be a new one.
Spiritual influencer, aka
Nobody ever got paid for that.
public.
Who's got an electron syntact?
I don't
Anyone?
I'd have to
Yeah.
check my book.
What? Jim doesn't have one?
know.
Oh,
No,
that's-
I don't.
Yeah, Jim, you're the.
Oh, okay. No, apparently there's a new update for it.
I think if you have a Digitone and a Digitac, you're covered. The Syntac seems
Yeah.
extra to me.
No, it's
Under
just
nano-
there's an update.
And an analog 4, so it's kind of like, yeah, I'm kind of
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
You have your doorbell synth, you have your sampler, and you have your analog synth.
Indeed. There's lovely doorbells, to be fair.
There you go.
Avon
Let's
called
see
it.
where my sample trick is now. Then see. If
Ken doesn't need one of those.
You're probably. Are you the type, Rob, when you're on the plane, you want to see how far the plane's moved in the last 10 minutes?
I am, and I hate myself for it because
Wow.
it doesn't move, does it? We all know.
No.
Especially, it just, oh god, we're still.
And then it just kind of it can land and then it turns down or like
yeah, and it's spinning. The airplane's spinning. I'm like,
It's
what?
like-
the fuck?
Now the
Oh,
smoke's
that's not
coming
good.
out of it.
You know, it's fun though when you have to pick somebody up at the airport. It is fun to see their journey before you have to go get them.
it is actually.
Yeah.
I like to see.
Yes, but when you're watching on actual flight radar that tracks it properly rather than the stupid animated thing inside the plane.
Well, they got to keep you busy somehow, so you don't
Yeah.
think
Well,
about your
certainly aren't
fiery
gonna
death
teach you
when it doesn't
anymore.
work. So
Yeah.
They cave. I mean, it's like, go ahead.
Last time I was on a plane and the engine failed, I didn't think of that. I thought, oh, this is exciting. But the crew is running around and we've had a bit of a sideways hitch. And oh yeah, that engine's no longer working. Well, that's exciting.
I just remember them. It's got to the point where they had two little tiny bags of snacks, two choices, and they kind of look at you, and you're like, "Yeah." And they're like, "No, which one?
There's one
You're
red
like-
and one blue.
yeah, nickel and
Yeah.
dime. Yeah.
Which one of the little shitty snacks do you want? You can't have them both."
If you're really good, you can have an extra one.
They used to feed us meals.
Yeah, but it's shit meals.
The last flight
No,
I
but
was
it was
on, I got a
free.
bath.
And what?
You
Yeah,
got
it
on a flight?
Yeah.
was like TV dinner, but it was fun.
And I had a bath, mate. I flew to Austria and I had water pouring off the ceiling of this comet on me.
My dad flew from
All the
Italy
way.
to England on a comet.
Oh God.
Yeah. And funny enough, the comet we flew on, about 2 months later, crashed in a big ball of fire. And and it was because of that crash that they went, do you know what? I think we're going to decommission the comets now. They're a little bit old.
Well, one of those Dubai airlines has like sleeping cubicles. You can have like a little room set up for you.
Oh, Emirates, yeah, and
Yeah, it's
Singapore
crazy.
do as well. Malaysia
Yeah.
Airlines, all those big ones with the 380s have their own compartments, and they're like $15,000 per in each direction.
Yeah.
So it's still cheaper than British Airways.
Stuff like
Yeah.
sardine.
and nicer.
Yeah, well, because British Airways, according to Fiona, when she was working for them, said they've been trying to be Air Emirates for about 10 years, and they just haven't got the money to do it.
No,
because no matter
That's
what they do to their Gold Star service, Emirates
got the
goes,
staff
we'll
now,
double
either.
that.
When did you guys say you rode on the Concorde?
Comet.
No, the
Comet.
Concorde though. Did you ever
No,
go on
we
the
no.
Concorde?
No,
I wanna know
I think
I've been
Fiona
on the
did.
Concorde. I've been on
Yeah.
the Concorde, but it's always been stationary and on the ground.
I wonder what it felt like. So.
I've
It's
only
small.
been in the stationary one that's up on the top of a museum building.
Yeah.
There's one at Duxford, which is one of the prototypes, 001. And yeah, you can go in there and do the whole thing. But no, I think the only member of my family that went on it was my late step grandfather. For his 80th, we bought him a ticket where they did these flights. This was towards the end of the life of the plane, but they were doing these flights. You could fly from Heathrow around the Bay of Biscay and then back again. So it's like you're up for about 45 minutes or so. They get you to. I don't know if you actually went supersonic. Must have done. I don't know. But no, never flew on it, and it's a big regret. Big regret.
Do you remember? I was just thinking about that because they're talking about how the Concorde used to have to slow down as it approached the US because it wasn't allowed to fly.
Yeah, no supersonic travel over
Yeah.
US land.
No supersonic booms, wasn't it? All that.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, sometimes the captains were a little bit sort of like belligerent about it.
Oh yeah. fuck
Well,
you,
we're approaching America, and we have to slow down now.
Some of them would actually do it. Some of them say fuck it. Yeah.
Remember that QI question about when the migrants were coming to America? What was the first thing they ever saw? And everybody was going, "Oh, it'll be the Statue of Liberty," and it's not. It was a pink elephant. It's the first thing you see.
This.
It was a brothel, and it was shaped like a giant pink elephant. And that's the first thing you would see approaching the US. Somebody quite famous owned it as well. I can't remember.
Trump. Literally, Trump.
No, you mean Drumpf back then. Still
Yeah,
with a
Trump.
D.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never been.
But it's probably, I think it's somebody like that kind of character.
I'm going to duck out and say a few Hail Marys.
Yeah.
Uh,
Wrap yourself over the knuckles, Jim boy.
do my penance. No, I'm not. I'm going to remember it now. No, but
Sorry,
seriously,
I
though,
should do that. You might have actual trauma.
No, I do. Sister Ursula, yeah, okay. Evil nun who was like equivalent of year 6 these days, yeah. So if you were, if
You
she
can write a
wasn't too
song
mad,
about her.
she used to throw the chalk at you. That was level 1. Then it was like
Okay.
the chalk rubber, which is obviously wooden and that.
Yeah.
And yeah, then it scaled up to she had this set of keys on a chain. Okay, so like for the school and everything, which is like literally lasso and knob. Yeah. So at least you got a bit of warning with that, because it made noise. But the worst was the mission box, which was basically a cardboard box about the size and shape of a house brick, with sort of a slot in to put money in, for charity.
Yeah.
And literally she'd pick this up and throw it at you. It's just like, fucking hell. We were honestly so good at dodging stuff.
Probably worked her way up to a P90 now with laser sight.
Yeah. Jesus. But yeah.
You survived, Jim.
Yeah, I survived, and yeah, I'm good at dodging things now.
No
Thankfully.
hit trauma.
So, yeah. I've done my therapy. It's fine. It's fine. It's cool. Right. Anyway, on that note,
All right,
I'm
see
gonna
you,
go.
Jim. Take care.
Cool. Cheers, everyone. Take care.
See you, buddy.
See you soon. Bye.
Bye.
I'm waiting for the water wanker.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry.
What a wanker.
There you go.
Yeah. He asked for it. Literally.
He did.
It is the sign. It's the sign off now.
Yeah.
Sweetwater's gonna let you finance your mini mook. 48 months, $100. forever.
Yeah. Plus interest.
Just give them $100 every month for the rest of your life, and you could have it. Oh man, that's crazy.
Wow.
I don't buy from Sweetwater either, Paul. By the way, but they have a great website for research and stuff. So
Well, the company's good at the Tavern website.
it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Like I was looking for I got one of those little power mini things Eventide has, and I was trying to figure out which one powers the Moger Foger. The only place I could figure it out was on Sweetwater. So that's Tomon's pretty good too, I'm sure. Not that I'm buying anything. Not me.
Uh-huh.
Well, there's plenty of software available you could buy over Black Weekend.
No. And people are like coming out with new stuff. Like, hey, look at this. Moger Foger's is like, hey, we got another one for you. Same price. More stuff.
But it's free if you've already got it.
I don't have it.
I couldn't make use of them. So. But then I just bought bloody Core Chaos Pad in software, and I have no idea how I'm going to use them.
Yeah, kind of.
Why did you buy... I mean, nobody forced you at gunpoint, did they?
No, I woke up, I saw the thing, I said, oh...
Do you have a Wacom tablet,
4.
Robbie?
It said, you can
can
have Core Collection 4 for
you can
an upgrade fee. Here's your code. And I was just like, yeah.
Just do it.
Now, what do I get?
I will upgrade. I will.
Buyer's remorse. No, the micro call's kind of fun. And the Electrobe's okay for like a minute, and then you get bored.
A whole minute?
I don't see the point of software drum machines. Just give me the sounds.
No. God, that sounds awful. Sounds awful.
Hardware drum machines all day long, but software drum machines?
No.
The only software drum machine I actually use is that VPROM, Ali James's VPROM, which is the Lin clone.
I did use a few on the iPad. There's a couple that
That's slightly different because it's kind of like a tactile thing.
Almost, but it's not. It's terrible.
No, but it's
but it is. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can at least you can do that, can't you? Right, I need another drink before I go to bed.
Another
one. Just a mild G&T. Or G and a tiny bit of tea. Back in a moment.
I finished my tea and my B.
Wagyu's bought an Uno Synth Pro. Oh, he's got the one with the key.
What did he do? God, I can't keep up with him.
Now, the Uno Synth Pro, you will like it. It's a very good
finance the Mini Moog and then leave the country forever. I suppose that's pretty funny. I can't go to. I did look at that Mini Moog and go, God, I want that thing. It looks beautiful. I just want to sit it upstairs on the shelf. You know,
Yeah.
It just looks amazing.
Put it in a glass case.
Yeah, put it in a glass case.
How many are going that way? How many people are going to put them in the glass cage?
I know, you probably make a lot of money. See,
Yeah.
I mean, the Moog stuff does hold its value pretty well. It really does. But
I mean, it's just overpriced.
the price is just it defies logic to buy it. But unless you love that instrument, that's your instrument, you know.
I'd rather pay Ken to make me one from scratch for $5,000.
Man, kit.
It can't be so hard.
No, it's not. It's dead easy to build.
But I mean, the only expensive part about it is wiring all those knobs to and switches to the sockets that hold the circuit boards. But then again, why the fuck do you do that? Just put them all on circuit board, or one big circuit board for the entire panel.
Yeah.
And then just have 3 ribbon cables and call it done.
The expensive bit's the wooden case.
I mean, yeah, after labour, yeah, that's nice wood and decent labour to get it made.
Yeah.
No, I mean, the aluminium work is a bit of money, but then also what I'm really pissed off is no internal power supply. What?
But there's people that have like you're gonna have the whole collection with the different wood colors and.
Yeah, but you see, no internal power supply, no pack testing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Save some money.
But come on, you charge a fucking $6,000. You can at least or at least do a fake internal, but where it's an external one that you just put in yourself, and then excuse me, officer, it's not internal. I just tell my customer how to put it inside.
Yeah, I mean, they could sell the internal power supplies afterwards. 3-pin connector, and 4 screws, and you're laughing.
But every time they do it, I know they sell a big chunk of them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the last time I did it to finance the Moog 1, so now they're charging a lot more. What are they trying to finance for Moog 2?
To fix the Moog 1?
Oh!
Try and make it sound like a memory Moog.
I'd rather.
Why would you want to sound like a memory Moog? There are better Moogs around.
Very good question.
It's tons of CEM with a Moog filter and really shit hardware. But that's for me, memory. First time I touched one, I was just like, oh, that's how the knobs feel.
That's all they gotta do.
It's like I was saying about the external PSU have the benefit. You can replace them without having to send away your synth. You'd be surprised how many people send me synths because their little wall connector on the back has gone dry jointed and waggling about. They still send me the cable to get it done. So. I see where he's coming from.
It's really annoying that you need to have a somewhat special PSU, or it's not even special, but still you need a chunky PSU that does, I think, +1 is 15, and be on a 4-pin XLR with their pin out. Just it's not the sort of thing you find in the shop next door, but when it's missing.
I think that it's the ones that fuck me off are the ones where you go, oh yeah, it's 23 volt at 2.7 amps. Oh, you bastard! Really?
What I can remember when power supply for mixing desk blew up at uni years ago, trying to like not being able to find one out in the open market, was just like, well, how hard can it be? Well, what does the minus 12 volt rail want? Oh, 5 amps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you actually want 5 amps at minus 12, but that ain't happening with a switch mode.
Yeah.
So it's fun, like, do we want to design our own power supply or a transformer? Or actually, there's this other company that all the engineers who left the company that made this originally went to. It's just like, great, let's.
You see, like, I could retire if I got a pound every time I've had somebody bring me a Roland SH101 and say it's got a horrible hum on the audio out, and you look and they're using a 500 milliamp power supply instead of an amp, at least an amp. You know, because the 9 to 12 volt or 9 to 15 volt thing doesn't matter. That's cool. But if it's running 500 milliamp, it's not enough, and it goes out the audio outs. So you just give them another power supply to fix it. And the amount of times I keep, because they go, oh, you know, it's a 12 volt power supply, that will do, and plug it in.
I think many people don't understand with current that you want more.
Yeah.
It's just like, I'd rather not have too much. It's just like, no, with current you want more. The more, the better.
Yeah.
the more capacity, the better.
Yeah. Because even that, the Complete Control 61S, it's just a controller, for Christ's sake. But, 15 volt power supply, yeah, cool. But it's got to be about 2 amps. So automatically it's quite an expensive power supply and sometimes a little bit difficult to find. Get 15 volt at 1 amp or 500 milli or 800 milli or something like that. But
Well, you can get the standard.
wait, went all Pink Floyd there for a minute.
I mean, you can get the standard Meanwhile ones, but then quite often they're on the wrong barrel, so you need to solder the correct barrel on them if you want specific currents.
Yeah.
My sample track has just entered customs clearance.
Has it?
Here's the oldie but a goodie.
It's going through the X-ray machine as we speak, having all its process wiped off.
Love you, baby.
Yeah, baby.
Hey, I'll tell you what, I'd love his Buick.
I had a Kojak Annual, 1976, I think it was.
Mm.
You remember? You used to get annuals at Christmas, didn't you? Do you have those in the States? Annuals? They're like books that only come out at the end of the year.
No, I don't think we don't read a lot. But...
Oh, I didn't want to say. No, we used to have this tradition. I don't know if it's still a thing, but certainly in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, there would always be an annual. So, like, if there was a magazine, like a kids magazine or a music magazine, at the end of the year they would produce an annual, which was like a collection of the best stories and the best pictures and maybe some new stuff thrown in. It was in a hardback, and you get it. And like even TV programs would produce their Christmas annual, 1970 something, and I had a Kojak Annual, 1976, and it was all just images from Kojak and
and his
facts
lovely
about
Buick.
Kojak. Yeah, and cut me pictures of the car.
Yeah.
And you don't get them anymore.
No. We used
And
to
they
do
would,
things like Eagle. Wow. Eagle Annual. Bunty.
What are the kids doing?
Bunty, we got it.
It's the water. It's the...
Right. Yeah, smash hits.
Yeah.
Look In.
Oh, Christ, yeah.
All the TV shows had one.
Yeah.
There would be like football ones. Sometimes your club would have an annual.
Yeah.
Everything had an annual, and you would
How
get
to
them for
Decompose the
Christmas.
Body, 1974.
Yeah. 100 Ways to Use Lie. Yeah, it was. It was just a thing, and
Sulfur hydroxide and you.
Yeah.
Sulfuric acid.
Decomposition Digest.
There's another rabbit.
Every
Would be fun to go to a store and just get a bunch of lye and just you just get all this stuff.
With the book.
Goggles,
Yeah.
and some gloves. Like,
Was it the
Do
Anarchist's
you do
Handbook or something?
chainsaws?
Well, it's more of a problem when you're then asking in the shop. So, I need the saw to be able to chop off body parts. So, and then they start looking at you with this weird face of like, what?
Do you have saws that go through bone?
Just an example. Just an example.
Do you do poison?
For the kitchen,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah.
The Womble's Annual.
Yeah.
Wow.
Rupert Annual, yes.
Rupert. Yeah. Bloody hell.
Yeah. Oh man.
Wrestler.
Yeah. Fiesta. Readers'
Fiesta.
Wives.
Oh God.
Oh, do you think that? Oh,
Yeah.
Readers' Wives. Yeah, there's a thing.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Wasn't it just?
A lot of them were.
Yeah. Look at the hair on that.
Oh my God.
Let's look at Rupert Annual.
It's backcombed.
Oh, she's teased that nicely.
Yeah. You do all to one son. Thank you very much.
Whatever happened to annuals?
Yeah, whatever happened.
Apparently, according
likely
to
lads.
Steve Elbows, Waterstone still has an annual section.
Really?
And you used to get books from Marks and Spencer, the St. Michael Book of Aircraft. Because St. Michael was the Marks and Spencer own brand, wasn't it? Everything was, the clothes was St. Michael.
St. Michael, yeah.
And they used to do books at Christmas called, like, I think I've still got my St. Michael Book of Aircraft. Wow.
Remember
I think my favourite one was Eagle. I had the Eagle annual.
Yeah, Dan Dare, mate.
Dan Dare, yeah,
With
and
the
all that
Mekons.
stuff. Yeah, that was a proper good. And Roy the Rovers.
Roy the Rovers, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder what he'll do in this episode. Oh, he's playing football.
He's playing football.
Oh.
Will he win? Won't he win? Yeah, of course
Will he
fucking
score
wins.
a goal?
Yeah. Will there be a moral tale at the end of this? Of course there fucking will. Tufty.
Tufty, yeah.
Tufty in the Green Cross Code.
But remember, kids, a puppy's not just for Christmas. You can also have it cold on Boxing Day. Oh, mate. God, fucking hell.
Kids these days, they don't know they're born.
No.
They suck. Yeah.
Need
Oh,
proof.
am I on? Yeah.
Somebody should do a synthesizer annual every year. They should do Kim Bjorn. That's what we should.
Yeah, it's always Kim Bjorn.
That's what we should pitch to Kim. Don't do another great fucking synth gems. Do the synthesizer annual 2022.
That would be actually kind of
every year, and in that annual are some, maybe some highlights from some of that year's Bukes releases, but
Yeah,
then
that would be really
articles
cool.
and pictures of what came out that year.
Yeah.
And like you'd have a centre spread of, I don't know, a
That's the
Trigon
synth
6
that
in the
was.
middle. Yeah, a Trigon 6 came out in 2022, and there'll be little breakout panels on the page, not obscuring the synth, of course, just onto the side, and there would be specification lists.
Yeah.
So people like Robert could just like really go through and find out all the information.
I just want the pictures.
Yeah, we would be in the
Robert
pictures,
wants
but
the
Robert would be like,
details.
with his magnifying
Oh.
glass,
Yeah.
he'd be checking out all the details, sticking it in that incredible sized memory
and
of his.
complain when we're
Plug
wrong.
in
and
power
of course,
supply.
Yeah.
Please tell us more about the power supply.
Send an email, call
That's
them when they ignore my emails, and then send a letter complaining about how they ignore my emails and my calls.
There you go. And every synth show could have a little, this is my top 10 synthesizers for 2022. These are my top 10 plug-in effects for 2022.
Didn't PSN do that last year?
We do, but we don't stick it in a fucking hardback book and sell it to kids at Christmas.
For
And
Not yet.
that is the gap in the market.
Yeah, that's the problem.
With all the kids you're going to sell it to.
I mean, you can do
Yeah,
self-publishing
you'll have to
now
do
on
all
things
the
like...
all the MIDI packs that come out that year.
Yeah, my top 10 MIDI packs.
Yeah. Yeah, D sharp minor. Oh, that's cold.
Yeah.
we have a nice person in the chat.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Sorry.
free
Yeah, but there's-
Vert girls. What are Vert girls?
Yeah, but there's never a web address you can go to.
No,
Isn't there that?
no, there is. Girls18.xyz.
Is that the web address?
Yeah.
All girls in annual. What is it now?
No, it's gone now.
No.
Oh,
I think I didn't get a chance to write that
scared
down.
them away.
Oh, sorry.
It was probably Telly. They saw Telly. Like, yeah, they-
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's open up a new VM and see where the website leads.
somehow. So
No, you can do that yourself. Yeah.
Well, the last time there was one of those spam bots, the website didn't even exist.
Wow.
It wasn't.
the address is
Curses.
username.
So it's
Curses.
fake.
That's invitation to treat. That's illegal. That's got to be a
Yeah,
Wait,
there's
wait,
got to be a
wait,
law
wait.
on that.
there is.
Like, come on,
Well, there was.
if you're already spam botting, then at least
At least, yeah.
give an interesting website.
Yeah. So I had, in talking with Fiona the other night, saying about it, I go, yeah, but if I did do a book on synthesizer maintenance and stuff like that, I said, you have to put all the little stories in there. You know, how one of my dogs repaired Errol Brown's Jupiter 8 that no other tech could fix and all this sort of thing.
I can't believe Errol Brown had a Jupiter 8.
Well, it wasn't really his.
Okay.
It belonged to Hot Chocolate, but it belonged to, what's his place, the guitarist?
Oh, the one that passed away recently.
Yeah, and he just used to live on the other side of Epsom here.
Oh, because didn't his grandson, you know that TV show on BBC One called The Repair Shop, where people take in old things and they have them lovingly restored? That guy's grandson and obviously his mum, so that for the daughter of this guy, from the guitarist, took one of his old guitars in, and it was really fucked up.
Yeah.
And they restored it, and it was amazing. It was really cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I just can't. Yeah, it's Errol Brown on the Jupiter.
My little Westie, Misty, repaired that.
Or she just sit on it or something.
No, I took the CPU board out of it, offered it to her, and went, "What do you reckon's wrong?" And she went sniffing around the board, and her nose touched the third EPROM. I went, right, we'll take that out, we'll clean its legs, because this thing used to shut down after 5 minutes. It just,
right.
We'll do this. We took it out, we cleaned all its legs, we reflowed all the legs on the bottom of the socket, put it back in. Worked perfect. Because with a fault like that, you might as well let a dog choose. You know?
Well, yeah.
There's no, what's the word? Educated guess.
No.
For those kind of faults. So just go, okay, how do you try and fix it? She go, all right, all right, we'll do that, EPROM then. And she was fucking right.
There you go. You're not stupid.
She didn't do it again, lazy cow.
Oh, well.
She kept picking the wrong noises.
Yeah, you should
Don't
train
be
dogs
stupid,
to
that's
smell
TTL
that
logic.
shit.
That wouldn't be doing it. Bless her.
Oh, dear me.
Yeah, prawns under the sea, it's £80 fine. What else? Loads of little stories we could put in there.
Weed in memory modes.
Weed in pretty much every synth I've ever opened up. When I opened up Ian Stanley's Fair, like, oh.
What for beard scratchings?
There was beard scratchings. There was seeds of some description. There was all sorts.
I don't want to open anything of gases.
Oh,
Just must be filled with beard.
And and seeds.
And seeds.
Art Pro
It was
soloist.
just brilliant. I'll tell you what happened at Synthfest. The night of after the show, we all ended up congregating back in the hotel bar. Gaz comes down. Gaz is just being Gaz. He's being an absolute, legend. We're sat there talking, and he says, "Guys, I've got to go." And we're like, "Okay, you're going to bed." He says, "I've got some amazing weed upstairs. If you want to come and join me, please feel free." And we're like, "Okay."
Oh, rock and roll.
Oh, Redwalks is in the chat.
Oh, hello. Well, I have to get Gaz. I'm sure he's told it before. The story about his middle name. It's just the most epic Gaz story. And it will only make sense when Gaz tells it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The most epic story.
Another one for the annual.
Yes.
What we want to do is get some of Chris's stories in there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. There's some doozies in there for sure.
Tiny was saying about how Keith Emerson was buying up Hammond L100s, sticking a knife in them and selling them as the Hammond that got stabbed.
The Hammond.
Yeah, he sold about 25 of them.
It's hard to make any of them look like the Hammond, though. Like the abused
Well,
one.
the thing was, it wasn't even an L100 he died to. Which just made it even worse. But the L100 was dirt cheap, so you buy this L100, get a bloody knife and go, swank like that, put it up on eBay, and they go, yeah, I'll buy that.
Well, I mean, for one, from all like the nice gigs and videos you see, like when he's really kicking about and everything, like that won't be ready quickly by just sticking a knife in it.
Oh, mate. Oh, I don't know.
But
Ooh, ooh.
come on, slice one up.
Yo, yo, yo.
It's almost
Almost a doorbell.
Oh shit! What did I do there? No, pattern mode. There we go. So that's cool. So what sounds have we got there?
Is that the background music for your next YouTube video?
Actually, I'd tell you, I'm seriously considering once the sample track arrives and I get my head around it, that could be the centre of a hardware EMOM thing.
Oh, yeah.
Got to dip your toe in the water.
Are you going to the Norwich one then?
It might be the Norwich one, yeah.
It would make sense to be the Norwich one.
It's cheaper, yeah.
And a few of us wankers around complaining about it.
I'm wondering
Be
if
able to walk there.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm doing
You might have to with his lack of cars.
Synth East, which is Robin Vincent's thing that he's doing next year in March. That's at the Art Centre in Norwich, and he's invited me to bring something grandiose along. So it'll either be the DX1 or the Fairlight. Toying with what to do at the moment. But I believe there will be a hardware jam stroke EMOM type thing going on. So that might be a safe space.
Well, you have plenty of other portable stuff. You don't need a sample track, right?
Well, I've got loads. I mean, actually, I found a photo the other day. I can't remember if I posted it on Facebook. It must have been about 10, 12 years ago. I got invited by a friend who used to organise the Fringe Festival at Bury St Edmunds. So, a bit like Edinburgh, but less. And she said, would you come and do something with your synthesizers? And I said, I don't know what I do, given that I'm not very, hands-on. And then I thought, I was looking around the studio at the time, and I'd got an MPC 500, I'd got my Yamaha SU10, I got my stylophone, and my stylophone drum machine. I had my Behringer UM-A25S, controller. And a couple of other things. I can't remember what they were. Roland PMA5 and something else, and they were all battery powered. And I thought, wouldn't it be fun to do a battery powered gig? No main supply. It would cost a lot of money in getting some decent batteries in, but do no main supply and do something like that. And I absolutely bottled it. And didn't do it, but I found a picture of it. I'd got everything assembled, and this was like 10, 12 years ago. So not only did I precede hardware jams and EMOMs, but I preceded the battery operated orchestra, who aren't battery operated, I don't think. Anyway,
Well, Tangerine Dream was doing stuff in the forests with all their gear.
Oh,
right?
shut
So-
up! Tangerine who?
Exactly.
Oh, dear. But no, that would be interesting. No, I keep thinking, people like Jim and Andy and all these others keep saying how much fun it is, and I miss playing live. But I'm a drummer. I sit at the back and I can do that, and nobody bothers me, and I'm fine. But I haven't got a band to play with, so I've got to do it myself. So I thought, maybe I've got some stuff.
Yeah, but when you're playing there, you're playing to 20 people, or 40 people.
Yeah, but I can't really see you. You know.
You can bring a drum to play along with stuff. I mean, there's a guy who did it at one of the UK imams that I saw.
Mm.
And I brought my A-frame to
Come-
my little thing. So
Come and do it at my one, Robbie.
Yeah.
But I've got plenty of little sort of tabletop or small things that I could synchronise together and bring a DX7 as a controller. Or bring the Fairlight and just use the Fairlight as a controller and nothing else.
Why would you go for one of the worst keybands in the world?
One of the worst keybeds in the world. Are you having a laugh? The DX7
Fairlight.
is universally acclaimed
No,
as one
I-
of the best
no,
keybeds
I mean,
in the
no,
world.
I mean the Fairlight.
Oh, the Fairlight, yeah, absolutely. Unless you get the weighted one on the Series 3, which there aren't many about. Single digits, apparently. Which is very nice, but no. Yeah,
The price isn't.
That Series 1 keyboard over there is fucking atrocious. I wouldn't beat anybody over the head with it. It's horrible.
What are you worried about the MDF might split?
It looks amateur and homemade, because kind of it was. But you think they were selling that with a computer and another keyboard and a monitor for 25 grand back then.
Yeah, but I don't think most of the money went into that keyboard.
No, none of the money went into that keyboard.
I think it all went into the RAM and the
Bandit.
processor.
You can see the paint strokes.
Wow.
It is the Series 1s were just hand painted, whereas the Series 2, the bevel edged controllers were sprayed. They were done properly, but the Series 1 is just it's like somebody's gone up to B&Q and ordered a few bits of wood, 1/2 inch thick, cut them to size, knocked them together, and then just painted them with some hospital beige. It's horrible. It really is. I couldn't believe it when I got it. I was just like, seriously? It's just like if you made a keyboard out of a cereal packet, it would feel better. But there you go. It's genuine, authentic.
How many of the slave keyboards did they make? Because they were with the Series 1, you saw them with a few people, but they seem to have disappeared then relatively quickly again.
There really isn't. I've only ever seen like a handful for sale or as part of a system.
Yes.
I have no ideas about the numbers, but it can't be many. It can't be many at all.
I mean, I had one in China.
Uh-huh. Kate Bush had one.
Bush
Thomas
had
Dolby had one.
full one.
Dolby actually made really good use of it because he had what's his face behind him with the PPG and the main Fairlight keyboard and the Jupiter, I think. And Dolby was out front with just the slave, with his very fucking long wire to the mainframe or to what's his face's keyboard.
Main keyboard. Yeah.
Yeah. And so on. But yeah, I don't think JJ had one.
I mean, why? Why would you in a studio?
Exactly.
But also, I mean, it's only 8 voices. Why would you need to split them over more than the 6 octaves?
I remember seeing Dolby's on Letterman one time, a long time ago.
Well, there's if you look for it on YouTube, there's Dolby's performance on the Tube, where he does 3 or 4 tracks, I think. And yeah, he's
one of our subs, isn't it?
Yeah, he did one of our subs, Science.
Yeah.
And all he's doing with that is mostly just triggering, the samples, and he's very cleverly, done splits and stuff, so he's just banging off things here. And you can see when he's firing off and he misses the beat or something, and it goes off on a different thing. But brave, I'll give him that. Playing live with one of those.
Come on, he toured with a PPC 340 beforehand.
Exactly.
So
brave. He's got.
After waiting 4 minutes for a cassette to not load, to then wait 2 minutes for a floppy to not load must have been a relief. What's say 2 minutes? It's more like a minute. Well, I mean, if you ever seen the Mike Oldfield Discovery Tour, where it's basically Harry Zuschade with the 2 Fairlights, and the main thing he seems to be doing is, whilst one is playing backing tracks for a song, loading floppies in the other one.
Exactly.
Because, but unlike with most other people who would have been backstage, he was like center stage doing that, and occasionally pressing a key. And it was probably determined quite quickly that the main job, swapping flop.
Yeah.
Wow.
Kids these days, they don't know their ball.
I think most of those are actually online now.
Because they don't issue birth certificates anymore. That throws them.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to do myself. Only the second coffee of the day. I'm doing really well.
Blimey.
Yeah, because I took my blood pressure last night. Holy fuck. I wish I could earn that much a day.
Yeah. My blood pressure is really good now. I'm on the drugs. It's
yeah, apparently.
I don't get the lights
I'm
flashing at me anymore.
Cut the coffee right back. Eat more beetroot. I'm not going to argue with them.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, apparently.
Just take an aspirin to lower blood pressure. It's fine.
Yeah, you can thin the blood down, can't you, I suppose. But no, the reason we took it because I was going, what's that noise? She's going, what noise? There's a noise over here. It's like one of the dogs is breathing funny. She goes, all the dogs are over there. I'm going, oh yeah. Well,
Still blood pressure in your
blood,
ear.
Blood in my ear going. It's like, fucking hell. Better do something about that, I think.
That's why I was having my echocardio thing today. And she's like, she's doing it all around here, and then she does it down there, and then she says, "Head back." Oh, what? She goes, "Head back." Oh, like, so she's doing all the arteries here. She's checking all that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. So I get all this. So I get all this slimy stuff around my neck and my chest, and then she hands me a big tissue and says, "Here, wipe yourself down." And I'm like, I normally have to pay for this.
Oh, behave.
No, it's going to be you that's washing off. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
So Robbie, it's with the Series 2 van that the bevel actually started on the keyboard.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so basically, even when the slave keyboard would look ugly on top anyway, because it would no longer be the straight edge down.
Yeah, I think I don't know if they ever made any beveled ones of the slave, but no, the Series 2 started off in the same sort of chassis as this one, but it then had the waterfall key bed, which was a little heavier,
Oh, so the Series 1's are even worse than the 2.
Oh, the Series 1's terrible. Yeah, the worst of the lot.
I didn't even think it would be able to worse than the 2.
Yeah, the two mechanisms actually. I've got one downstairs. The waterfall one. It's actually a really nice. It's not bad, It's
You can play fast on it.
Yeah. And then they say the bevel edges came in towards the sort of 2X era, I think. And then Series 3 was all bevel edge, and they had a much nicer keyboard with a standard kind of cliff edge. And so they did a handful, and it literally was a handful of fully weighted mechanisms. I don't know what make they are. I would assume that they would be something like Fatar, but I don't know. I've only ever seen and played one, but it was, it wasn't a part. So.
Because I only know Martin's really to play, and that's or when I'm thinking, well, the keyboard might be an older one. I don't know, because I mean his the Series 3 keyboard is a lot better than the 2 keyboard.
Yes.
But or the way he got his 2X was that somebody turned up without pre-announcing, but carrying in 3 Fairlights for him to repair. Because out of the blue, without calling up before, because on the day his museum was open, he was just like, well, I've got 3 Fairlights to repair. Sure. Because how out of nowhere did somebody turn up with 3 2Xs?
Well, yeah. I mean, I get sometimes, it hasn't been for a while now, but get a call from Peter saying, "I'm sending you this," or "Can you go and pick that up?" But it would only be one at a time. And now I've got fucking 4 of them. I need to get out and swap the VCA, not the VCA chips, the DACs on the voice cards, which send the timing to the VCA. Got a couple of dud ones on there, so I need to sort those out. But it's all boxed up at the moment, so I might do that over Christmas. I've got some time. Nobody's buying anyway. And we're selling ours for a lot less than that wanker on Switzerland.
And yours are restored.
And ours are restored.
And with a full
Guaranteed.
library.
Yeah. Exactly. Although his one is a Series 2, which I would fully expect if it was, I'd pay more for a Series 2 than I would a Series 3. But I wouldn't pay that much more. So
I remember when you couldn't even sell them for $2,500 on eBay working.
I know. But that's just it's the synth market, the vintage synth market as a whole now, isn't it? It's just
Or if I think about full PPG system with 2.3 PRKFD, the 2 EVUs and the Wavetone B for €6,000. That was on eBay for like a full year until somebody bought it.
Bonkers. But it is that's a big system. You need a lot of room for that.
Yes, but nowadays, even only a few years later, you could sell an EVU for at least half of that price, if not somewhere between 5 and 10.
Yeah. Still on my list. One of those, but
PPG has just gone crazy. I mean, 10 to 12 grand for any of the blue generation.
Yeah.
It's just daft. Forget about getting like a 360. I mean, the 360B I can understand. They only made 5, but but still, the 360 or 360A, a few hundred of them around. Well, I'd say a few hundred, probably between 100 and 200. But still.
Yes.
They're really nice and dirty. Like they're just without any filter after the DAC. It's literally just a pure gnarly computer, and the first filtering you probably have is all the analog circuitry behind it. Like the only real filtering you probably have is the final output amplifier, limiting it to like 50 kilohertz or whatever. It's just growly and nasty.
Yeah.
Just do you want aliasing? Because this thing, just that's like its only sound.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, they are lovely, lovely machines. But I'm afraid I don't think I'll live long enough to be able to afford one. So I'll make do with a plug-in.
Maybe you'll make do with a Béranger one whenever that comes out.
Well, do you know, when they announced that they were doing that, I thought, oh, God, yeah, I might actually want that. So
I mean, when Herman got involved, that's when I thought, oh, yeah, actually.
Yeah, because, he's the guy.
He's been fixing the operating system for 20 years.
But then when Groove Synthesis came out with Third Wave, it was just like, yeah, maybe that's what you want.
Well, and already before then, the Vault of M, which then they added the samples to as well.
Yeah.
where it's like somewhere between a 2.3 and a microwave.
But even the Waldorf, PPG 3V plugin is. I mean, I spoke to Michael Mertens from Propaganda when I was thinking about buying it. I think I just posted something up on Facebook. Has anybody used this? What's it like? And Mike popped up and he says, "I've got it." And he says it sounds just like the one we were using on Secret Wish. And I was like, okay, there's an endorsement.
Yeah, it's definitely a 2.3.
Yeah. And it comes with all of those, classic factory libraries.
Yeah, it comes with. I think
all
all
stuff.
All of it is that Herman could find over the years.
Yeah.
So again, that was like 20 years of factory discs.
Yeah. The only thing is that it's that fucking UI.
You're complaining about that. You never waited for 64-bit. You've never been in that camp before, waiting for Boulder for a long time.
Yeah, true.
I can remember one day I told a friend, it was like, "Oh yeah, Lecter's now 64-bit," and he was just like, "What? No, that can't be possible." It's only been like 3 years since we updated Largo. I was like, "I don't know, it actually happened." He was like so surprised.
But it's like this morning when I fired up that new Korg stuff. So I was writing the news article for Gear News, and so I've got this stuff, and I'm sort of playing around with it and just checking it out and comparing it to the originals. And I loaded it up into Logic, and it's this big on the screen, and I'm like, what the fuck? Have they gone for like? Have they been gone to the Waldorf School of UI? And I went to the settings, I went to the tabs. This was cool. There was nothing that I could find immediately to increase the size. It wasn't you take some of these modern plugins where you just drag and scale it,
or right click and have a form of scale somewhere.
Yeah, there was nothing. And then I can't remember why I thought of it, but I saw in the micro Korg UI, the patch name display is kind of just sort of over to the left, central, sort of like over there. And next to the patch name was the little burger icon, the 3 lines. And I thought, oh, and I clicked on that, and there it fucking was. But it was so fucking small to find it. It was just like, and eventually, so now I've scaled it and it works. But it's a crikey. I mean, that was the only thing I didn't really like about Arturia 10 years ago, was that they had small UIs. Now they're all over. You can have it in 4K.
That is quite an issue, because in software, when you're trying to recreate the real world,
your UI is always going to be terrible if you try to recreate something.
Well, but the reality is that's the goal, isn't it? That's the goal with any sort of software, is that if it's a knob, you want to be able to turn it as easy as possible, or you want to be able to, so that's a fundamental flaw in whoever designed the interface of that.
Mm.
And we see it. It's not just Korg. We see it all. We see it all over the place.
The thing is, they hid that up in such an unobvious place. Whereas, and there's plenty of real estate on the screen for a button. Just add a button. It didn't. I don't care if it was there or not on the original. Just add a button in the top right-hand corner that says options.
Yeah.
Or preferences, and make it obvious that this is where you go. Or just fucking design a UI, 21st century UI that everyone else seems
I have
to
to
be
say
doing.
The Moog interface is great on the iPad and on desktop.
Yeah.
It's I mean that for me that's the best UI I think I've come across. Really.
I'll show you. But yeah, it was just like, oh god, Korg, you haven't, have you? You bastards. Because my eyesight's not great; it's getting worse as well.
I know.
And I thought, oh please, I've just paid out 99. Well, no.
Yeah.
80 something quid, wasn't it? for something I'm now realising I probably don't actually want. The micro Korg is probably the only thing that I suppose 99 quid for the micro Korg is what you'd pay for it individually, and I'm just getting the other two thrown in for nothing. But
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
so that's kind of, that's the way I'm sort of rationalising it with myself at the moment. So there we go. Let's get the micro Korg up here, and we'll stick it over. See, now I've got it on a different monitor. It's going to be too big, so I need to. At least now I
You know what to do.
I know what to do. Yeah. So let's see. Share screen and oh no, application. That's what I want. Application window. Hopefully. Oh, you can't see the plugin.
Nope.
No, because that's a different sub process.
Yeah, but it's
sub graphics routine.
Hang on.
So, I mean, that's the same sort
I
of
might as
thing
well just do the fucking screen, mightn't I? Do this one. Here you go. There you go. Now you can see it.
Yeah.
Right. So this is the micro Korg, and I was looking around thinking, oh, do I click on the Korg?
Yeah. That would be the obvious place,
yeah,
wouldn't it?
the obvious, or do I just like right click on there and is there contextual? No. Here it is. There
in the middle of the UI.
Just there, and then you click on that, and there's all your options, and there's your screen sizes, and you can even change the skin color. As somebody said, why didn't they put an MS2000 skin in there? Because
Yeah.
and you can even change the knob weight.
That almost looks like an afterthought.
It does, doesn't it?
It does.
Because why the settings page isn't top right, I don't quite understand.
Stop.
Sounds like my micro Korg.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
But then, I mean, to get on into all of the, there in that piece there, you've got the save icon, you've got the save progress, you've got the load previous and next, and you can turn off and then that's how you get into the patch browser. And then the patch browser is actually it's quite functional.
Yeah.
It's like they've been doing just recently, and
It's almost like the same one in the other as in the other ones.
Yeah, you've got plenty to choose from. But I just thought that was like really fucking.
No, I agree. It
awful.
It's.
And then if you go to the Electribe, again, it's just like, where is it? Because I went to the Electribe and thought, oh, where is the? Oh, there's the browser. You just click on that. That gives you the browser. But where's? Oh, it's a button.
No,
Up here, it's a button.
Yeah.
So there's no consistency.
Yeah.
And you can do that. And then, there's an effect in that. And this is like one of the most bland UIs I've ever seen.
That doesn't look very exciting, doesn't it? Doesn't look very.
Yeah.
But you're right.
That's
It's somewhere else now.
Yeah, and again, now it's it's up here.
There.
View size and.
Why is it in the middle of a UI again? Make it stop.
Yeah.
Come on, Ian. You can vent about Korg.
Sorry, say again. Oh, man, no.
You can vent about Korg. It's the cat's already out of the bag. So.
Yeah, I know the cat's out of the bag.
I must admit, I mean, the Chaos has some nice effects. But, twas a little disappointed. And this is where logic.
It smacks to me that nobody who hasn't worked on the project, all three projects, has UI tested them.
Yeah.
But maybe talk to each other, but also, and you see more and more. I used to do an awful lot with software usability testing, especially for education. You know, and run those sort of focus groups and video people using it for the first time who'd never looked at a piece of software before. Clearly, that doesn't happen.
No.
So the people that are actually working on it or have had some input into it are the people that are actually usability testing, and they're the wrong people to do that.
Or you say that, or they might have done it and they might have just ignored it. That sadly happens a lot.
Well,
of
I mean,
times
if you ignore it, you ignore that stuff at your peril. Because
yeah,
if you genuinely, if you ignore it, then why did you ask them in the first place? You know, I mean, I occasionally had those sort of arguments. With
well, you're asking in the first place to do what you're told by upper management, and then you ignore it because you can't be fucking deal with it.
I always used to run projects that actually, if you know, you would take that, you know, and you would take the consensus. So if you had, say, 30 different people looking at it for the first time, and we would do it in a controlled environment where I would just ask them to do a task. They never looked at it before, but you ask them to do a simple task, whatever it is. And then you take the consensus of those 30 clients that you had doing that to actually, you then go back and make those changes. And you do that from a fairly early stage. You don't want the finished product to be able to do that. You want to do that when you've got your first usable version of the software. You know. But I know that software companies don't always do that.
Well, I mean, even Apple, who sort of made their bones on UI, when I was working there, they were getting off of Aperture and Photos and made the Photos app, which is understandable from a mobile device point of view, but you don't want to make your fucking desktop use the mobile paradigm. So they broke the UI for that, I think. And also with the Final Cut Pro, it's a terrible app now. So even companies like that who normally have a pretty good sense can ruin things.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Well, that's ruined by dogma more than anything else.
See, this is the 700, right?
Oh, the settings icon is the top right.
Exactly.
What a novel idea!
Look at the layout. Here's your and right there. There's a nice big cog. There's all your settings.
Yeah.
Everything.
What's with the legs? He never had legs.
I know, but
big long feet.
That's all right. You can turn that off, and you can do that.
That's better.
That's nice.
Yeah, that is nice
But
actually.
everything is now all in one place. So.
Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah.
I love this. But yeah, you can have a pretty. But it's obvious. You know, there's big buttons.
Clearly, they've been done by different people, haven't
time.
they? Different teams have worked on, you know. Yeah. But there should be somebody overseeing all of those three teams with saying, these are the things you're not going to. They need to be in a certain place, like, you know, the little cog. Everyone's got to have a cog, and behind that menu would be, you know.
Well, I mean, but also most companies would develop their own framework to put everything in the same place.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, they would. Yeah.
You know,
Well, how about this? Try to go to Korg's website and try to find your user login.
Yeah.
Oh, don't get me started.
But you know, why isn't everybody doing this? Yeah, this is 21st century. You know, just have a GUI that does this.
I mean,
you know?
but it's tedious to do. But modern frameworks make it easier.
Yeah.
But it used to be tedious. I mean, it was Reason really that started free scalability, because since Reason 5, I think, everything is just vector graphics.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when rack extensions happened, that was for many developers a new thing that they needed to make it in vector graphics. Obviously, the beauty being you could resize it, whatever.
See, this is what I fucking hate. This is that CS80 thing, where Arturia do a design, and then they make shit up. Like, you know, there was never this panel didn't exist. Those didn't exist. They even this is the big mistake they made. So they borrowed a friend of mine's Series 2. He's French, and so obviously he was local. Yeah, Jean Bernard, and Jean Bernard came up with this design for the Gotek cards, the SD cards. So they've actually modelled a CMI2 with a modern Gotek card adapter in there. And we all sort of chuckled about it. At the end of the day, that we don't really care. But what got my goat was Electronic Sound magazine.
Oh,
did an article.
The real one.
Yeah, they did
I saw
an article.
I saw your talk on this, Rob. Because we didn't know each other, but I remember you talking about this at Synfest 2018, was it?
And I had to be careful because the guys from Electronic Sound were there.
I know, yeah.
And I did that whole thing where I wrote them an email and said, I hate to be that guy, but I'm gonna be that guy. I said, you've done an article, which is a very, very good article on the CMI, but your main cover shot is of a plug-in. Go and have a word with yourselves. And they came back to me, and their response was, "Oh, we're terribly sorry. Deadlines, push for time. Blah blah blah. We're mortified. Blah blah blah." And the last line of the thing, if only we'd known that you were, because I'm local to them. They're based in Norwich.
Yeah.
And so if only we'd known that you were around, we could have got you to just give it a once over for a bit of a fact check. And so my reply was, I don't know if you remember, but I did actually write to you about a year ago and said, I noticed you're doing features on old synths and stuff. If you want to feature a Fairlight, I'm just down the road. You can come and take photos and shit and all that. You did know that I existed. And I've never heard from them again since, and yet I still maintain my subscription.
So do I. It's a good magazine. I like it.
It's not a bad magazine, and I like the fact it comes with the vinyl record.
I don't bother with getting that. I just get the magazine because I'm not that bothered about the vinyl and the CDs that they sometimes put out. I occasionally buy the T-shirts, although I didn't buy the new one because I didn't really like it. Red's not my colour. I used to subscribe to the match my eyes. Yeah, exactly. I used to subscribe to The Wire, but I stopped that quite a while ago. But I do subscribe to Music Works, which is a Canadian magazine that comes with a CD, and they do 4 editions a year. And it's not expensive. I mean, it's something like, I don't know, is it 20, 30 quid for the year? It's really cheap.
Yeah, it's not bad. Electronic Sound pissed me off actually, because when they first went, because they started off, didn't they? They were digital.
They were an online magazine, yeah.
And then they started the print, and I thought, oh, actually, yeah, I quite like the idea. I'll support that. Yeah. And they did this thing where they said, if you get in early, you can have a really good deal on the subscription price. And they changed it, and they basically cancelled my contract and said, if you want to continue, you're going to have to sign up for the new contract, which is going to be considerably more. And they were within their rights to do so, but I just thought that's a shitty way of doing it. It was a little bit didn't sit well with me. But
because I think I was probably on the same deal, Rob, because I used to get a CD. There was a CD with every edition right at the beginning. Yeah, and that's when they changed it, wasn't it? So I had to you had to redo the thing, and it was more money. And I thought,
they said, there's a deal. There are deals. And I said, yeah, but the deal is still more expensive than what I was paying before. And you said to me, I could join at this price point.
Yeah.
I was, a member of that bunch of people that.
Right at the beginning,
Right at the beginning, that got you going, and that's why you're still where you are. But hey, there's that one, and the other one I subscribe to, which I'm seriously thinking of cancelling, is called Classic Pop, and it is basically just about. It started off as a project by a guy called Ian Peel, who is. He's a ZTT archivist.
All right.
He also actually goes on stage with the current incarnation of Art of Noise and does all their visuals for them.
Oh,
a bit like was it Adrian in the Human League used to do back in the day, but obviously with the laptop now. And he does a few other bits and bobs. And he started this project and called, so I'm going to start this magazine called Classic Pop, and it's just going to feature artists and music from the 80s. Basically, it was going to be an 80s kind of magazine. I'm all for that. and it seemed like they mined that seam to emptiness, and now they start. Their reviews include Taylor Swift albums.
Right, okay.
I've got nothing against Taylor Swift. Not my
No,
cup of
me
tea.
neither. But it's not classic pop.
It's not. It's because they've kind of like, now they obviously there's still many legacy bands from the day that are still releasing albums or going out on tour, so that they'll always have a cover star or something. But it seems like the contents have started to become a little bit. We're really sort of clutching at straws here, and so I'm thinking I might knock that one on the head.
I mean, for a long time, I subscribed to Sound on Sound, which I have to say was always the best writing.
Yes,
the quality of writing with
Best
Sound on
podcast.
Sound is. Sorry, yeah, and a
podcast.
and a great podcast. I know because I subscribe.
There's some twat doing some of the interviews.
Yeah, but
yeah.
actually, they don't always have the same guys. So some are better than others.
Yeah, thanks.
But the quality of the writing, I always thought was superb. The only reason I stopped subscribing was I never got to read all of it.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean? I couldn't read it all in a month.
yeah.
The
The one thing I miss about Sound on Sound in print, which I'm very lucky, I get sent a copy every month, is that I used to love opening up Sound on Sound, having a look through the contents and seeing what I was about to get offered. But the first half a dozen pages were news and other things. It was just like, and so-and-so have just released this and blah, blah, blah. And it was like the first sort of half dozen or so pages were just, a light, introduction into what's been happening in the world, the last 4 weeks in terms of music tech. And then we get into the reviews and the articles and that stuff still it remains. It's still great. It's still fantastic. You've got people like Gordon Reed and Robin Vincent and all the others that write, and I forget some of their names now, but they do some, they're really good writers, and I'm a big fan of the long form stuff.
Yeah.
But I missed that bit at the beginning. But then you think, well, this is 2022. What's the point of having a news section in the magazine that is essentially printed before it comes out?
Comes out, yeah.
And so when it comes out, everything that's happened is old. So they've literally
The world
ditched
moves
it.
so much faster now. Yeah.
Exactly. There's no point in having news in a print magazine, because that print magazine, it was a monthly print edition. We've just was it last week, wasn't it, or the week before? I think that it came out. Well, the one that's going to come out in a few weeks' time is pretty much put to bed.
Yeah.
So what happens now between now and then, when it actually hits the shelves, is now it's way out of date.
And I assume that it is. I mean, because the reason for the quality of the writing was it was consistent as well. So it's clearly edited.
Yes.
It's edited well. And I'm assuming, although I have not read a copy for probably 18 months, I'm assuming that still continues. Now, that's quite a big deal, because my eldest he's not in magazine publishing, he's in book publishing, but he's an editor. So that, and what has to go into editing whatever piece of work, and it's certainly from a consistency point of view, to have all of those magazine articles in each month. And I know they've got sub-editors and, but there is this really, really good, consistent, and I have to say, electronic sound, some of that quality of editing isn't there sometimes,
Because they're a much smaller team,
exactly,
and I guess they're not. I mean, SOS still has this mantle of the industry magazine, and rightly so, and absolutely rightly
definitely.
so. And so that their standards. I mean, literally everything I send in, whether it's a podcast or whether it's a written piece, does get edited. Although I'm now at a point that, like with my podcast, thankfully, touch wood, they very rarely.
I'm going to say, because you've been doing it for once you've been doing it for
know
a while,
what they want.
You know exactly what they want.
Exactly. And that's the relation. And it's the same with Gear News. I mean, I've been with Gear News now for 6 weeks, 8 weeks. And only in the last sort of week or so am I now sending stuff to the editor, and the editor's coming back saying, that's great. Or, just add this, or just change that. But
it's like I used to write for a local York magazine. It was always about music and the arts, Right. And like I would go and do. I mean, I first went and did Edinburgh Fringe for them, you know, and I did. There's a local film festival and stuff like that, and it would drive because I would be writing it at 2:00 in the morning, having seen 5 shows that day. And I wanted it to be edited because there'd be typos and all that sort of stuff in there, you know, and it wasn't edited properly.
Right.
I'd look at it and I'd see it go up on site and for God's sake, you know, why, you know, come on, Dave, why didn't you bloody, you know, you're my editor, why aren't you editing me? Because, I mean, you know.
Yeah. But I always pride myself on delivering something that requires the least editing possible. Because I want to be able to, you know, to do that. It's just kind of a sense of, you know, doing a good job more than anything else.
For me, it was always because I was. Yeah, sorry, it was just it was about speed for me though. You know, it had to be up. They need it for tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
I'm doing it at 2:00 in the morning so that they can actually put it up on the site by 11 o'clock or whatever. So
that's,
you know,
that's what I'm getting with gear news because obviously it's a rapid. You know, when
Yeah,
something
yeah.
breaks, you got to cover it. It's quite interesting. You know,
I used to go into Tower Records and get sound on sound, but it was an expensive import.
Yes, yeah. They do an American version now, which is always a month behind the UK one.
We got actually a lot of other British magazines here, the ones that had the CDs and the DVDs attached to them. They're pretty good too. It got like sound libraries and demos and.
Well, you know what was funny because I used to buy Future Music.
Yeah, I used to buy Future Music.
And what was the other one? The Mix.
Yeah,
one in the 90s.
There were a bunch of them. Yeah.
Electronic Music Maker.
Yeah.
Remember that?
With its disc on the front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you get all of those. And I saved all of the sample CDs. I barely used them, and most of them I would listen to some of the demos or some of the, there might have been an instructional article in the magazine, and they'd got some sort of, there was a track on the CD that kind of showed you what it was all about. Anyway, I kept all of these religiously, and every time I moved house, they were there in the box, and they'd always go back into the garage. I never got rid of them. And then about, earlier this year, I think we were just having a good old clear out, and I thought, I've never used these things. I said, I looked at them and I got all nostalgic, and I thought, there's absolutely no point. Fuck it, they're going in the skip. They're off, gone. And I was
probably could have sold
them
though. There was some money.
Yeah, you could have sold them. eBay.
Yeah. I was fine with that until somebody said, "Oh, you could probably get a few quid for those on eBay." And I went on eBay. I thought, "Oh yeah, I had that one, and that's being sold for 5-10 quid." Oh gee, look, no worries. And I forgot all about them until last week when Chris from Sonicware gave me a preview of his Sample Trek demo. And in the Sample Trek demo, he's got a pile of old Future Music cover-mounted CDs. And he said, I'm so glad I kept these in my loft because they've got loads of drum breaks on that you can just... And they've got they've got all the information, the BPM and everything. So you can just load them into Sample Trek or Lo-Fi and I'm thinking, oh, man.
I'll sell you all mine for $2,000 if you want.
But I thought, surely something like that has to be online these days. And it is. If you go to the good old Internet Archive, or archive.org, and just search for sample CDs, there's a whole bunch of Future Music, computer music.
Computer music. I was going to get that.
The Mix, all of I won't say they're all there, but a whole bunch of them are there, all downloadable. So I'm thinking, I don't feel so bad now.
Yeah. I mean,
I was a graphics person first for a long time, and I used to get Computer Arts. You ever see that one?
I used to. I was a subscriber
awesome
to
magazine.
that. Yeah,
Oh,
and I've still got the discs actually for that.
Yeah,
I
really good stuff.
Probably I've got about 4 years worth of discs for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I stopped subscribing to Future Music when it started to sort of repeat itself. You know,
which was a very 90s thing.
It was, yeah. It was
the music
just,
as well.
Yeah, it just all seemed to be, you know, they just sort of run out of ideas.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm sure that, you know. Plus,
Where's
let's
it
face
raining? So is it raining somewhere? Or is that just really bad noise in the background?
I think it's David's background noise.
Is it
it's
raining
back-
your way?
Yeah.
My background noise?
Hang on,
Yeah.
hang on. Let me just do a test.
It could be there's a fan on the other end.
Yeah, it's you. It just sounds like it sounds like it's raining.
On a tin roof.
Solved.
Yeah, I need to go for a wee now. You see, that's how authentic it was. I shall mute my
Please
mic.
turn off a mic.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to hear that.
Not again. I mean, we had to listen to it once before.
Yeah. I'm tempted to try one of these Arc 1 video cards.
Arc One. I
Apparently
don't know about the Arc One.
they're the Intel version of GPUs.
All right.
And
Do they overheat as much as an Intel processor?
No, what they're talking about is they're saying it's the equivalent of something like an RTX 3090,
Oh, wow.
which is about
That was me.
1,500 quid or something like that, and they're doing them for £300. So, I'm intrigued.
Is my noise better now?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Absolutely spot on.
Okay, that was the
Intel
thing.
Arc.
All right, sweet. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's cool, baby.
Well, I didn't leave it on. I had to take a call for work, and then I forgot I was on the show. I was like, oh
Now you
shit.
just have to fix the image.
I do it all the time.
Check out the studio.
I mean, I was hoping with a 4000 with 3080s would get reasonable, but alas, 3080 is not happening this year.
Well, oh, right. Neil's saying they're nowhere near the 3090. Yeah. I also heard something stupid like the drivers for it was like a terabyte, which is a little on the fat side, wouldn't you say?
Just a little.
For
Just
drivers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bloody hell. I don't know. No, I'm just feeling old now. I saw a post somebody put up that said, "Oh, Half-Life came out 35 years ago," and I was going, "Oh, Jesus Christ, shut up and go away."
I mean, now that Bitcoin isn't stealing all the cards, it should be pretty cheap
25,
now,
right?
right?
Half-Life was 25.
Is it?
When was
Half-Life was 90s.
It was 90s, wasn't it?
I remember playing. I've only ever played Half-Life 1 demo, and I know I should play it, shouldn't I?
Oh,
some point.
Half-Life was an entire saga, mate.
Yeah.
Did you play the sequel where you played from the other side? That was really fun. You
Yeah.
get to play as a security guard.
Yep. That was Blue Shift, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was great.
Then
You
there
see
was,
you see your old character running by. Go, hey, that was me in the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah. Then was Half-Life 2, Portal. Because apparently Half-Life 3 was going to be a mixture of Half-Life 2 and Portal together, which would have been really interesting.
Hey, my eldest played Half-Life 3. Would that be right? When was Half-Life 3?
Portal actually kind of borrowed ideas from Marathon with the 5D space phenomenon.
Yeah. But I saw something, I think it was last week. Do you know of a game, call it a game, called BeamNG?
BeamNG?
Yeah.
No.
It's called BeamNG Drive, and basically what it is...
Is it a current game, a new one, or is it old?
Yeah, it's on the go, yeah.
Right, okay.
What it is, it's basically like a driving game, really. But what they've done is they've mapped crash physics to the highest degree. Yeah. So you can have you have a crash and it all buckles up as a car would, right? But what got me loved, there's a guy. He's on YouTube. And a lot of his videos turn up on my Facebook page. And what he does is he does like these little 20-minute videos and shows different cars crashing in a different way into things, and then he'll make some sort of, like the concrete post that comes out of the road sort of thing, and what happens when it hits it. But anyway, he used to show the Tesla truck and how it crashed, right? And then he'll do things where he'll show the Tesla truck, and then it'll slow down in front of the obstacle and just drive around it and drive off. I thought it was very interesting. What's he doing that? And I spoke to him through his Facebook contact, and I said to him, "Why aren't you crashing a Tesla truck?" He went, He said, "I got a cease and desist." Okay, it's a game. Yeah, no, they don't. They don't want any view of their Tesla cars or trucks being destroyed.
Elon is very sensitive, especially when it comes to Twitter these days.
Fucking crybaby. Fucking what?
I've got
He said, yeah. He said they threatened to sue him.
I've got a 3D printed Tesla truck, which is actually a doorstop, which my youngest made, and it's got the you know when he broke the window. There's a crack at the crack in the window. It's actually got the crack in the window. Somebody made this. I was just looking for it. It's around here somewhere. It's probably down the back of these monitors. It's kicking around somewhere. I never use it as a doorstop. It's brilliant. Elon is a serious guy. Half God, half beast. You're not kidding. He's going to screw up Twitter, that's for sure.
That woman on television saying he was the best inventor since Einstein. And all
he's bullshit. He buys things and he shuts things down at will. He doesn't have it. He's not a scientist. He's not an engineer.
He's never invented a thing in his life.
Yeah,
he's none of that.
And the thing was,
no.
I was trying to work out how wrong that statement actually was, because Einstein wasn't an inventor.
I was reading an article about him the other day about how because obviously he's South African, he came over to the US, and
emerald mine, didn't it?
Yeah, his father was an emerald miner. Yeah. Technically, he was an illegal immigrant in the United States, and he tells everyone he'd got his degree because to get the particular visa that he would need, he would have to have a degree. Yeah. And he didn't get the degree that he said he had to qualify him for the visa until 2 years after he was supposed to have had it.
Shocking.
Yeah, well, exactly not. And this article went into the forensic detail about how he has lied about everything from the moment he started, before PayPal, before all of this stuff. He's a liar. He's a charlatan. He rides on other people's coattails. He takes over companies and then makes himself. He's not a physicist. He's not a physicist by any stretch.
No, he doesn't know any of that shit.
None of it. He'd
be
just
an ideal
money.
candidate for the Republicans, wouldn't he? Run for
So
president.
There's the broken window.
Hang on.
So what's the end game with Twitter? Is the question.
So there is a theory.
Destroy it.
There is a theory that him. So there were a couple of people who kind of encouraged him to come over to the States. One of which was another South African guy, and they are part of an organisation that want. And this sounds like a conspiracy theory, but they're a part of sort of like a lobbying group, or that want
cabal?
to. I don't want to say that, but they want to, essentially, basically want to destroy the sort of the norms of democracy, because they're capitalists and they don't want anything to get in their way, basically.
So the free communication.
So there is so there is this kind of
thought democracy
theory
already worked well for
that he's bought Twitter.
It used to work well.
To literally run it into the ground. Who knows? Cleo agrees with me.
Yeah,
because I heard it was something more about basically trying to get more money by legitimising any advertisers. So they'd have to pay to be legitimised. So, and then,
Oh yeah, I mean,
The
there
whole
was
verification
that, but,
thing.
Yeah.
but every,
was it Blue Badge or whatever they called it?
blue
And all that.
badges?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but then-
And a lot of
And then-
companies just went, fuck off.
no, we're
Yeah,
not doing that.
and a lot of people then made up their accounts to be. So, for example, Nintendo was one, wasn't it? Where Nintendo official, and they paid the $8, got their blue tick, and then started posting kind of pictures of Mario going like this, and all, things that obviously Nintendo wouldn't do.
What was the drug company that makes insulin?
You're right. So
With that fake one, which then meant their stock price crashed completely when some random person just decided we're now making insulin free.
Yeah.
So the idea would be to turn Twitter into Fox News. That sounds like the end game.
Well, Truth
Maybe.
Social, right? Or Parlor.
Yeah,
No, but right? I mean, that would be the end game, to make it seem like it's legitimized, but to flush out all the left they can.
Who knows?
Because that's what's happening. The left is bailing on it. And that's probably the end game.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, he's a big Trump
Mastodon-
fan, so he's.
It's probably
He's
not.
he's a fucking space Karen. That's what he is.
yeah, I saw that. That's brilliant. Space Karen.
I don't know. I was kind of done with Twitter anyways, but it's just.
I hate it. I really hate it.
I
And the
like
only
Twitter.
reason
I mean,
Never been on it.
I
It was good for promotion, but
Yeah.
you just take a real.
I go through
So
phases
toxic.
of using it.
So
But,
toxic.
but
It's awful.
and I probably look at Twitter more than any other social media, but I don't. People say that there's a lot of toxic stuff on that. Maybe it's because I don't subscribe to those sort of.
you don't
people.
have to though.
It's not that.
No.
No, they're just.
Because
They,
I subscribe to people that I share values with or
Yeah.
interests with, and also follow people who I don't share certain things with, because I don't want to be living in a vacuum. I want to hear what the other side is saying.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you'll get
No matter
somebody.
how stupid and vacuous it is.
Yeah, but you'll get somebody who you follow because you think they're a decent human being, whatever, and they'll tweet something, and the responses to that are all these other people that you really don't want to be hearing, but slagging them off and laying into them, and and it's just every time I look at Twitter, I think, oh, there's an interesting one. Oh no, that's just descended into a shitfest. Oh, there's an interesting one. Oh, that's just descended into a shitfest, and it's just basically
you just can't.
you
Yeah,
can't live in that environment because it's just so negative.
It's really negative. And if you have any interest in educating on anything, you are a fool.
Everyone pretty much becomes a homeless guy in a crate in the park yelling out crazy stuff. So
Twitter needs to die. It's as simple as that. And if it needs to die and be replaced with something that's better, what that is, I don't know. I've just signed up to Mastodon.
me too.
I've heard people talk
It's a little
about that.
confusing, but
just to see. I
Yeah,
mean,
me
that
too.
might very well go the same way. Who knows?
yeah,
But you
I'm
can
there
sign up
too.
to Meta. Hello,
we all
Bueller.
already are.
Bueller.
what was that one that was supposed to take over Twitter? Was it Elo or something like that, or was it weird?
Well, yeah, Elo was a few years ago. And it started off as a Facebook replacement. That sort of thing. Although it was nothing like Facebook, but it was supposed to be this kind of social media for the arts more than anything. So if you were a visual artist or a musician or a graphic artist or whatever, it was a great way of kind of getting your sort of stuff out there to people. And it then just after, I mean, I remember I signed up for it, didn't really do much on it, and then about a year later I started getting all this spam shit through it. So I was just like, shut it, because people had lost interest and somebody had obviously taken over the domain or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, as Half God's just said, YouTube can be toxic, and it can be. I mean, I've had some
Absolutely.
terrible trolling in the past.
Well, that's the whole thing.
For having an opinion, and
That's what's If the problem even with Twitter was, if you wanted to use Twitter for marketing, it was very. You could do it. You'd have to put in an hour a day, but you're going to have to be willing a few times, whether it's a week or a month, taking a beating for no good reason. You'll get sucked into crap, and then at the end of the day, you ask yourself, was that a net gain, or and you try to. There's a few people you meet, and you hope that you can stay friends with, and the rest of it.
The only one
Gotta go
to
back
me
to
that's-
Friendster. That's it. Gotta
yeah.
start over again.
Yeah, there you go.
The only one that seems to me to be very minimal in terms of its negativity, and that's because I very rarely even look at the comments, is Instagram. You know,
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I follow the people that I want
It's
to keep up
moderated
with,
better.
and
Yeah.
I follow the people that I want to be kept informed about. So whether that's musicians, artists, politicians, whatever. And at least with Instagram, when you are kind of scrolling through, you see the images or the videos or whatever it might be, and the comments you actually physically have to kind of go and look at and really want to. And I'm sure there are some awful things on there, but it's
not as bad.
I mean, it's the one I use the least. I just never really engage with it on a regular basis. I keep thinking, I should, I should go and use it more, but I just don't, I mean, sorry, go, Dave.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was going to say what came clear to me, you got to commit to something, and then you got to go all in, and you just got to. That's what I did for Twitter for I don't know, at least 5 years, and
there was a time with Twitter I was posting almost every day.
Yeah,
I don't now. I mean, I go through periods.
Something
so when
just
yeah. So when I was in Edinburgh, I was posting 4 or 5 times a day.
Yeah.
So it was something going on. So it was, so then I tweet occasionally.
I just get sucked into too much thing.
I miss ICQ.
ICQ was great.
I loved ICQ.
Yeah, I loved ICQ too.
It wasn't.
I can remember my ICQ number.
I
27531296.
I have to say, TikTok is pretty toxic.
I've never tried that.
Never gone it.
I want to.
I mean, it's just. I mean,
A lot of it's pretty vacuous.
I'm too old for
Yeah, it is
TikTok. It's a big mess.
It is
Well, isn't
vacuous.
it? There's a
The
lot of
problem with it
vacuous stuff
is
on it.
you've got lots of kids on there, and there is it's the Wild West. There is no control.
Yeah, and I don't want to be around.
No, you've got you've got people in there talking about sometimes lots of sex, and I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's not me.
I'll sign up now. There you go.
And then when you complain, nothing happens. It's not only sex, but there's all sorts of innuendo and a lot of innuendo.
Innuendo.
And
Sorry, just quickly interrupt. I was watching the Japan-Germany game, all right, and there's a player on the Japanese team called Endo, and every time the commentator said his name, I sniggered like a schoolgirl because of that.
You would do, yeah.
No, I think
my
I
main
think if
criticism.
Facebook closed down, right? If Facebook closed down, because it's the only thing I actually really use, and if that goes the way of the dodo, I'm going to have to be shouting out my window. Hey, look at me dinner.
No, it's true, isn't it? I've shut down. Once I shut down Twitter, it really was like a.
So you don't do Twitter at all? You didn't keep the account?
No, I dissolved it, and then now I'm back with limited edition, and I have like 5 followers, and I just like tweet things like when I started,
I'll follow you,
like, Dave. Tweet, whatever. Hi.
It took me about 7 years to get 1,000 followers.
Oh no, I had a lot too.
The problem with TikTok is it favors the instant gratification, quick click, short video, viral addiction bullshit that people get stuck on their phones for hours.
Yeah. I mean,
and they also ruin the video format. All those years we tried to teach people to do landscape video, and it prefers the portrait video mode, which is stupid.
There's a really good guy who does little short art videos, and so what I try and do is, if I don't regularly go on, but because it opens on just a normal TikTok, I automatically click over to favorites because those are the people that I follow in a sense, and there's and I would watch that guy's videos that when it's just about how to. I mean, I can't draw, but actually he makes it look really simple. And I've often thought I should just, try some of these little tips that he does, really. Yeah. And there's a few musicians that I'm interested in on there, but it's not.
It's different.
It needs to change. It needs to grow up, really.
Well, I'm sure it will.
It's tough too as you get older. Like I can't. like you're still kind of in this circle of people that you kind of comfortable with, and you joke. And if they're younger, it's like it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. At some point, I wish it did, but you just kind
We have to join the latest fad. You have to do planking, and you have to do weird dances, and you have to do.
That's it. Yeah,
Jesus
exactly. You
Christ.
need to do.
They
all
got
that
to do
sort of
whatever
stuff.
I do too, right? Like they got to do my stuff, which they can't do. So
Well, your cat videos would be very popular on there. You got to have Cleo on there.
Yeah.
Cleo's
Cleo would be a star. She'd
There are people who have
millions of
dedicated
followers.
pet channels.
Yeah.
It's just a pet
there
thing.
is. Yeah.
Oh,
There's a talking dog channel. I stumbled across that one day.
Instagram.
And this thing presses it. She's got these buttons, and this dog paws these things when he wants a treat.
Yeah.
It's like, what the hell?
Have you seen
Singing huskies?
the dog that can do the noise of a Toyota Supra starting?
No.
It's fucking. It sounds
Why does
just
that
like
exist?
a Toyota Supra starting up.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. He does it with his holds his muzzle.
I have to say, when we
It's fucking brilliant.
when we went to Edinburgh Fringe, and obviously we went as reviewers, and they partnered with TikTok, and they were trying to get us to do regular daily TikToks.
Yeah.
We did one TikTok, Jane and I, before we went, which said, and it's great because I used it because I said to Jane, they want us to do daily TikToks, Jane, and she just looked at me, she went, not going to happen. And it didn't happen. We didn't have time, really.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to do a bloody review of every show. So the last thing I'm going to do is recut that footage for a bloody,
It's the
10
Supra
minute
Turbo.
Yeah,
And you have to format it for the portrait mode. You can't put a landscape.
Exactly. So I was never going to do that.
I'll waste 10 minutes trying to think of a good dad pun to like. I will invest 10 solid minutes of my life to do that, but that is it, right? I mean, beyond that, I'm like, I'm out. Like, that's the only thing worth it, because I know nobody wants to see it except like.
Well, in a way, this show is a bit like a Facebook page in a way. What do you think about it?
It's a community.
Yeah. You go, I like that, Ian.
Yeah, you like me so much. You
And like we
excluded
flash
me.
forward to like 2 years from now, and there's like
Yeah.
twerking
Love
and
you.
singing huskies and like,
That's it,
remember the good old days.
Yeah.
The one good thing about getting rid of MySpace is, people have pages with weird text and like unreadable text on a colored background you couldn't read. It was just a big mess.
Yeah, that was bad.
You can't
MySpace
customize
was
like that
so
anymore.
difficult to use.
Shit
I mean,
space, yeah.
I used to.
Where is it now,
really-
Robbie?
Still there?
No, it's left standstill. It's gone through customs.
We talked
it's
about
off.
I thought we were talking about MySpace.
And now the trail goes cold.
Yeah.
Robbie does not punch the air after midnight unless it's something he's expecting.
We're not going to shut the show down until it's
Told you,
delivered.
it's not. You won't get it till after Christmas, Rob. I tell you.
Shut up. No, it's in the country now.
Yeah, but isn't the postal on strike for the next 48 hours?
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
FedEx.
Oh, even worse.
Yeah, but you
The
never know
Royal
about
Mail are
customs.
burning their trucks.
It's
believe
clear
the-
customs. It's clear
I mean,
customs.
when we had the
Yeah, but
bricks and
doesn't
mortar
mean
shop, the worst courier service was Tufnell's. You would not believe how some of the shipments came, of guitars. We literally had, there was the box is broken and you can see the guitar through the box, and it's damp because it's been raining. And I mean, we just, we're saying take photographs of this, but we're taking photographs because it's, we're expecting the stock to be damaged.
Yeah.
And sometimes it really was. And we would then ring up the supplier and say, look, you need to change your courier company because we've had 4 shipments and they're really, really poor. Can you take us some
We
photographs?
have.
Yes.
We've changed it to Yodel.
Yeah. Actually, I have to say, Yodel are better than Every.
Oh,
Just.
okay.
Just.
Yeah, but it's not hard to be better than Hermes.
I mean, Hermes, we would regularly lose a parcel with Hermes, probably one a month.
That's why they
And-
rebranded it Every.
And obviously we're shipping. We're up at the moment, but we're 20 to 30 parcels a week on normally, but it's more than that at the moment. You know, I've done 15 today. So, and we have to go with the cheapest because and the risk is that Yodel and Hermes, for the small stuff, for the big stuff like guitars and synthesizers, we use DPD. Although DPD lost an effects a Vox effects pedal to a guy in London who was desperately in need of it. We sent it overnight and didn't turn up for 2 bloody weeks.
Oh, jeez.
So they're all to some extent, but generally DPD are the best of the bunch.
Yeah.
They give the customer an hour. It's going to be here today between 12 and 1, which is brilliant.
And then you can track it. Exactly where he is.
Yeah.
You'll stop number 50, and he's currently on 45.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I mean,
very good.
I'm not sure
to be
which
fair,
company it is that's lost that CS80.
But
They still
Parcel
can't
Force
find it.
should be that, and Parcel Force are one of the worst ones. You can't track it till it's been delivered once. What's that all about?
Yeah, I know.
They need to they need to be up in the 21st century. But hey ho.
Yeah, I've had emails from them saying your parcel is due for delivery tomorrow between 2 and eternity.
Yeah.
And they go, oh, that's the parcel I got Monday. Well done, guys. Cool. Pick it up.
I have to say, and I've said it before, Amazon.
Actually,
Really good.
Amazon, it is good. Yeah.
The
Sometimes
delivery, yes.
the packaging, you know when it's going to come. Sometimes the packaging of Amazon is really poor.
Yeah.
Well, what's
I
inside?
probably have more problems with Amazon packaging where they take, something that's this big and they stick it in a big cardboard box.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, box
But
and a box and a
but
box.
most of the time,
RS.
I've had a handful of issues over the years with their packaging and delivery, and right now it's impeccable, really. It comes when it's supposed to come. You can track it. You get notifications.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
The guys that deliver it are, pretty chill. I mean, there's one or two that will just put it at the bottom of the door, knock the door, and run.
We had that.
But it's not a big problem here. So,
Well, I mean, we've got there's a store at the side of our front door where the bin goes, one of the bins go, and there's room above that to put parcels. So I've got a little note on it saying, leave parcels in here if we're out, But we've had a couple. I mean, I had a word with the Amazon driver when he came the other day and said, "Did you leave them on last Thursday?" He went, "Actually, it wasn't me." I said, "Because he was just left them." He said, "Just stick it in there." He went, "Oh, no, it wasn't me." But he might, you don't know.
you
But
don't know.
no.
Well, to be fair, I don't think I've ever had. I mean, I've had days when I've had Amazon deliveries like on consecutive days, and never get the same driver. I might get the same driver once every couple of weeks or something, but it's always a mishmash. And we've just changed as well because we were getting serviced by like the Norwich depot. Now we're being serviced by Ipswich, which is kind of technically a little closer. But they get to us later in the day than the Norwich ones, which is weird. But no, never had a real problem. They've always been pretty good.
And returns, if you
absolutely,
back,
yeah.
I bought a little speaker thing. I ended up ordering 2 of them. It's this thing here, actually. I ordered one of these little things from them, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's got a radio in it and a load of other stuff. Quite a nice little thing, really portable, built-in battery and all that. And first one they sent just wouldn't switch on. So I just texted them and sent a message, said, "No, we need to come back because it's faulty, And they literally sent me one out the next day.
Yeah.
And it came that day, which is you can't complain at that.
But when you're that size with such a a network, you can do that. But I guess a lot of the others just don't.
They are, because we're an Amazon seller. Although I have to say we haven't sold anything on Amazon for probably about 5 months, and that's not because our stock isn't on there. I mean, there's no synth stock or any guitars on there. It's all other stuff, it's small stuff. But it's because we won't use their fulfillment center.
Okay.
Because the fulfillment center, they charge you every month for storage,
Yeah.
You don't get the return when you send something back. The returns go back to Amazon, then they sell. They auction them all off, so you don't get your own stock back.
Oh wow.
So you really can lose a lot of money that way, you know. And they are clearly moving away from people like me who are smaller, shall we say, smaller retailers with them, who want to just send it. I want to send it to the customer myself, you know. So they've sort of moved the goalposts. I mean, I think probably quite a lot of our stock is already they've suppressed it, you know, but they're not the main place we would sell through anyway. We'd sell mainly through Reeve.
eBay
Sorry?
sort of did the same thing. Didn't eBay sort of do the same thing back in the day? Like they were.
We do most of our business through eBay. They're the not necessarily for synths necessarily, but for other musical instruments. I mean, all the stuff that's gone out today has all gone through eBay, you know, and a little bit through Reverb.
Well, you remember that desoldering station I bought?
Yes.
Through eBay. That didn't work. I got an email from them day before yesterday, and they've refunded me.
Yeah, they do that. Yeah, I've had that.
Although we paid the post fucking thing back to them.
Yeah.
When eBay was really cranking, I sold my van on it.
I sold the car on eBay. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, the
Oh, yeah,
idea
it was
was
awesome
up
for a long
until
time.
the day before yesterday, they were supposed to be sending out a replacement.
Yeah,
Now,
they haven't.
if I was sitting around waiting for that desoldering station, that's 2 fucking months gone by now. And as it transpires, the old one started working again. And I bought a replacement, one of the small, cheap gun type ones, from where was that now? Do you know what? I think it might have been on Amazon. I think they were on there, and which has been fine. But apparently they break very easily. They won't last very long. But you know, the old one's working again. I go, oh, fuck me! I've got to buy the thing again. And I hope it works when it arrives here. No more like it'd be the one I got last time. So,
Well, look at Manny. He's got
I'm-
that Op 6 that still hasn't been replaced. It's been like 4 months.
yeah.
So
I don't buy very much off eBay actually.
I bought 3
Occasionally-
things, and all of them had some
Had a
sort
problem.
of drama attached to them.
I mean, most of the transactions we've done through eBay have been fine. Occasionally, you'll get the customer saying that because for really, really small stuff, we just stick it in a jiffy bag and post it, you know.
Yeah.
But obviously, there's no tracking on that. And the stuff that we don't track, and we're talking something that's about £2 or £3, really.
Yeah.
Those are the things that are more likely to go missing. Now, who do you believe? You've got to believe the customer to some extent, but they're saying it hasn't arrived, it wasn't tracked, but that's a risk that we take for £2 or £3.
Probably taken.
You know.
I really, of all the deals I've done in trading, I've had almost 100% good transactions. I've had a couple weird ones, but not too much. I've been really lucky, you know. But maybe I'm a little more selective. I can probably be a little selective.
Yeah,
too.
sometimes it's about what you're buying.
Yeah.
Probably
You've got to be
is, yeah.
savvy, haven't you? You've got to be really savvy.
Yeah, I mean, if you see a
they've never
seaboard
sold
grand up for sale for £1,000, you know,
Yeah.
there must be some sort of drama attached to it.
Plus, I like some history.
It's like we had a guy. He bought. What did he buy? He ordered a guitar from us through eBay. Then changed his mind, and I think I was away the weekend, so I sent him a message off my phone and said, "Look," he said, "Oh, I need to cancel it. I said, "That's fine. I'll cancel it, but it won't be till Monday when I'm back at the computer, you know." And he gave us negative feedback, although he didn't buy it. And I'm thinking, because I just cancelled the order on Monday when I got back into the office, you know.
Guitar Karen.
I thought you are you arse, you know.
Yeah.
And why would you do that when you didn't actually buy the bloody product? Anyway, I actually then contacted eBay and said, "Look, this guy didn't buy it," and he could see the whole transaction, all the conversation we'd have, because they can see all that sort of stuff, and they just killed it. So we still got the 100%, you know, which I'm surprised at, actually, because at some point somebody's going to give us negative feedback, because, you know, that's the world, you know.
Yeah.
But I'd rather have negative feedback because we didn't solve a problem, you know, and because we quite like to solve. If we got an issue, we'll solve it, you know.
Yeah, it's just that, like in the past, you could get down to 90% or 92%.
Yeah.
People like me are going to shy away, you know, unless we can go back and see what the hell happened. Sometimes I actually would do that. I just don't use eBay. Unfortunately, for music stuff here in the States, it's terrible now. It's over.
But it's like with that Rolly Grand, I must admit, although Rolly were very helpful in getting it all up and kicking for me, it also raised the question that, what if I nicked it?
Yeah.
And I just go,
Exactly.
yeah, look, I've got this Rolly Grand and it's got no serial number. And they gave me a new serial number and all the rest of it, and access to all the software and blah, 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 blah. And you go, okay. I mean, I suppose there's not a great deal of people who play Rollies live on stage. I wouldn't have thought it's not widely out there. But it's quite interesting how, you know, because once you got the serial number and the 16-digit code, you know, it's yours.
I mean, we've still got 100% on eBay, and
That's nice.
I mean, I only checked. I don't often even look at this sort of stuff, because for sellers they have varying degrees. I mean, we've always been an above average seller, but I just noticed today that we're actually a top seller. So, you know, I suppose that gives people some confidence. Although they review that every 6 weeks or something, so it'll probably go back down to just an above average seller next time in December.
Do they take less percentage as you have more volume?
Yeah,
that's the difference. I remember when they started the 10% crap, and I just sold something for like $1,000, and then all of a sudden I saw this freaking debit of $100, and I freaked out, and I was like, oh, like, well, there goes that.
Right,
money.
I'm struggling to keep my eyes open here, so I'm
I should roll too. I gotta do some family stuff. So.
I should go. I should go too. I suppose it's 12:30.
Call it an evening. Got another
Call
one.
it an evening.
Yeah, get more of it.
And the sooner I go to bed, the sooner I get my sample track. So.
Oh, you can check your tracker thing in the morning.
Don't forget to post it on Facebook, Robbie.
Oh, I will.
Yeah, keep us updated.
We need to know.
Yeah.
I'm already starting to regret that I didn't.
No, you're
back
fine.
It, but
Tim's right.
I mean, I'll get one. I'll get one eventually, but
I signed into my account, and they give you a free gigabyte of sample data to download.
Oh, is that what they're giving?
Yeah. So there's a whole. It's all categorized and put into folders and BPMs and everything. So you can just just go stick it straight on the SD card, stick it in, and you've got a whole bunch of stuff to work with straight away out of the box, which is really kind of cool.
That is cool.
So
that is cool.
Should be fun.
That's great.
Anyway.
Alrighty. I'll see you
Have
all.
a good afternoon. Have a great Thanksgiving.
See everybody.
Yes.
And
you. Happy Thanksgiving.
You
Andy and Dave.
Everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Good chatting.
Yeah.
Stay good and healthy and all
Indeed.
that jazz.
See you soon.
Yeah.
See
you guys.
Time for me to play you out.
Oh no, Ty's going to show up last minute.
What a wanker.
All right. See you later, guys.
See you later.
Take
Bye-bye.
care.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh boy. There he goes.
Roll credits.
Familiar, what is that?
That was good. Well done. Whee!
Does sound like something.
Or it was me spending 5-10 minutes with a sequencer, because it's such a nice sequencer.
Which
It
one?
is, isn't it?
The rig?
In the SQ8, like
Oh, SQ8. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the Ensoniq sequencers are.
never read the
nuts.
manual.
No.
Yeah.
I love the pattern chaining and all that jazz. That's what I
Yeah,
love
yeah, and
about
like
manuals.
also to edit stuff and copy bars around, edit
Yeah.
bars, or remove a bar from the end when you're
Yeah,
quantizing.
it is
It's
the
all-
nuts. I love it. I've always loved that sequencer. Right, you guys. See you all on the morrow.
Radio.
Another one tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I got till tomorrow. It's scheduled. All right, you take care.